Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Galaxy Cup Vortex EU 1v1's $2,000 prize pool. And first place is going to be leaving with 1,000. We have some interesting matches, lots of upsets, and even more action going forward. Casting today is I, Zavanoy, and the man himself, Hackle. How are we feeling right now?
I'm feeling excited, dude. We've got some really interesting matches coming up, and we've had a lot of interesting behind the scenes happenings of some maybe some upsets of players who didn't quite expect to push this far. And I'm already very hyped to see how some matches shape up. But what are you thinking of some of our first matches coming up?
I'm thinking, I'm not really too sure. I'm excited. I really like watching Acno always. Acno is a player that I kind of study a little bit, especially for the orb. I wonder, has Acno been playing the Petra this tourney? Or do we have a new pick coming out?
I haven't been able to catch any of his gameplay on a stream. There's a lot of people who are co-streaming with this and streaming their own POVs. I haven't been able to catch seeing Akmo, but if he is on the Petra, that's very exciting. He's always been a player who has a very deep character pool, and he will just pull out something kind of crazy that's sometimes off meta as far as what the general populace believe. Opposing that, XJ Cool J is a very tried and true player. He is primarily, a Qatar's player, primarily Asuri is what we've known him for a good amount of time now. It's definitely a little bit of a David versus Goliath. I think XJ has had a lot of fluctuations in being. Sometimes he's really scraping that top 3 placement in Europe, and he's been up there very high, and sometimes he's sort of fallen out of favor a little bit. Whereas Akno has been able to be pretty consistently in the running for top 3, top 4 very consistently. So on paper, Akno was looking really good for this, but XJ is coming off the back of a very close set against Skeldra, and the adrenaline's going to be running very high for XJ going into this.
That is true. That's true. Do you have any predictions, though?
I think Akno XJ. If I had to put a score on it, I'd say probably 3-1 Akno. Maybe I think XJ definitely has a fighting chance. It could go game 5. But I think Akno is the kind of player who definitely can just take it home with little to no difficulty. I don't think it'll be a 3-0 for certain. I think actually definitely can keep the set close like that. But I would say I think a 3-1, something like that.
All right. Also, Akno plays Diana. I think earlier I said Petra.
Yeah, so he has played Petra before. That is.
Yeah, I thought I've seen Akno and Petra before.
Yeah, Diana is.
I know Akno for the Diana.
Yeah, it's what he's most known for, generally. But he's picked everything under the sun at this point. I mean, he's a verifiable for Europe. He's been around for a very long time now, and in that time, he has played a very deep pool of characters. Most recently, he sort of Diana was a pick that he was known for previously for the most part, and then more recently, as far as I'm aware, he's come back to it a bit more, especially with the place that character is in, just meta-wise. And it's always really fun to watch him on Diana because he will just sneak out stocks, especially with those D6. And he'll get pretty creative, sometimes to his own detriment, but I'm going to be excited to see if he can pull off anything a little bit cheeky this set.
Yeah, I always feel like when it comes to Diana, Diana's a really tough matchup, especially with that down signature on bow. It's such a good option, especially when you're playing near ledge. So you got to respect a lot of those options, especially if you're trying to recover back to stage. So I'm expecting that we're going to see a lot of those hit today.
Yeah, Akno he's very good about placing those D6 very consistently and finding them in places that you wouldn't quite expect. So I think that's a good call. He's probably going to be looking for that quite a lot. I think XJ is a very more of a grounded player in terms of wanting to stay on stage, just get those resets on guitars and continue the strings. So I think XJ is the kind of player that Akno could try and sort of I don't want to say cheese, but yoink away some stocks with that D-Sig in spots that XJ wasn't quite expecting.
Especially with the guitars into the bow matchup, I feel like on guitars you really want to get as close to your opponent as possible in pressure, but with that down signature also being able to hit stacked, I feel like that adds another layer to how you have to approach this kind of matchup.
Yeah, Diana's bow is definitely one of the most complete kits of any character. I think it's SIGs complement Bow's moveset so well that it just feels kind of the most complete bow you can have. And yeah, like you said, having that extra option to be able to have that sort of get off me tool with the D-Sig is really valuable for a character like Diana, who without those SIGs, she would be generally more of a rangy character. With having blasters and bows getting stacked on her could be detrimental, but the SIG kit really complements it.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how XJ maneuvers this. XJ will be on the Asuri pick, surely, right? Oh, it looks like we're getting the Ahsoka, getting the crossover. Nice.
Yeah, level 95 on that Asuri, definitely tried and true. I mean, 71 Dana for Akno. The expected picks here as we go into this first game. I'm expecting probably looking at World's End or Demon. I know Demon is definitely favored here for Akno having that shorter wall, but actually he's going to ban into Demon Island here.
And both players rocking the super attack. Like to see it.
I mean, having like 7 strength on Diana is just such a scary thing to look at, knowing that those DCs are just going to take you out even earlier. As we get into our first game here at Galaxy Cup Vortex, as we're going to get his hands on the bosses first.
XJ looking for a weapon, grabs the sword. Akno with the blasters, hitting a down air. Trying to go for the nair, is unable to connect. Side air coming out for Akno. Oh, GC gets caught by the sword from XJ, getting a decent little bit of damage. Both players pretty much even right now. Ooh, XJ able to capitalize a little bit with that GC sidelight.
Yeah, XJ seems to be very comfortable in not knowing when he can extend with that sword and go for a little bit of extra damage there. Akno struggling a little bit to get in on the sword, of the damage is rather even here as we both enter towards that KO range. Akno going to take a second to get back into the wall and then find that nair to give himself space. But actually just chasing down with his sword now, looking for a side to end the first stock. Neutralite is almost going to be enough and the ground pound will come through.
Beautiful. Nice first stock from XJ. Not too far in the lead, but still can get some extra damage here. Great recovery, making it back to stage, punishing Akno for the GCD light. Akno with the down air Sair, not enough to KO just yet. Uh-oh, we got an edge guard situation coming out, but Akno is able to make it back to stage unarmed. XJ with the in-light from the Katars, still pressuring, trying to weapon starve, is still getting extra damage. Weapon throw, trying to cover options. Still Akno without a weapon, and the GCD light recovery coming out from Akno, able to finally equalize the stocks.
That's not an insignificant amount of damage that XJ has done, though, right? Like, it's enough to comfortably say that XJ has room to breathe, but Akno trying to stuff that out with this bow. Now forcing that advantage, having XJ without a weapon, but right above his head from the Katars.
XJ getting a nice GC down sig. Akno trying to make it back to stage. Sidelight coming out unarmed. Akno is able to actually make it back. Nice sidelight. We got an edge guard situation against Diana that is very scary. You got to respect options, but now both players are reversed now. Got the nair coming out, sending XJ up. The nair coming out from XJ now. Akno in deep red. Recovery will be enough to KO, putting Akno in final stock for game number 1.
Yeah, XJ not quite as healthy as we saw at the end of that second stock of Akno, but still. Akno looking for, there it is, the tried and true. GC going to come through and equalize up to 1 stock a piece, not too much damage, just a little 20-bit done there to Akno. XJ gets a hand onto that sword. We've seen Akno much more comfortable on the bow in this game already. Like, the blasters were struggling quite a bit to get in on XJ. And XJ now gonna hold an edge guard here into Akno, who's been so good at making it back onto stage. We see that once again, decided to make space and get back up into the neutral.
XJ getting the inlight, but getting punished by nair from Akno. Akno, oh the
no.
down sig catching the landing. Is that going to be enough? No, XJ makes it back. Akno with the lead.
Able to snake out the bow from underneath. XJ goes for, okay, now he's getting a bit too overconfident with it. Goes for another D-sig there. Okay, it's we get it. We see the sig. Without, because of that, damage evened up. Both players approaching that KO percentage, but that D-Stick could be more than enough. Dude, he is catching on the very edge of the hitbox. That is filthy.
Absolutely filthy indeed, with Akno taking game number 1 in a close match, I will say. I was not expecting this much sword coming out from XJ, and it seems like the sword was actually pretty good into this bow and the blasters, but it seems like at the end, Akno was just catching a lot of landings and just spacing very well, getting those down sigs.
Yeah, Akno seemed to sort of come into his stride maybe halfway through the game. We saw like a very sort of a difficult early for him, especially with the blasters in hand. He felt like he was getting stuffed out by XJ quite a bit. Now moving over to small worlds and to game 2, I'm curious to see if there's going to be any adaptation out of XJ trying to stuff out those blasters and force Echo into an uncomfortable position anymore, or if it's just going to be continuing the same game plan and just trying to play a bit cleaner.
Now that XJ knows Akno's not afraid to throw out those D-Sigs, I feel like we're going to see a different game plan going into it. Nice edge guard. Able to get some decent damage, but not able to get any KOs. Nice damage build up from both players. Both players pretty much going hit for hit. Ooh, that was a scary down sig. Almost caught the landing from XJ after that missed gravity cancel. Nice pressure, good pressure. Another in-light. More.
It's Endlight City out here for XJ, who is very slightly ahead in terms of damage. They're going to be looking for it to get a recovery. There it is. It's just barely going to be enough. And now Akno, once again, taking an early fall here compared to XJ, but we saw that really wasn't going to stop him last game. So the question is going to be now whether XJ can press on that advantage any harder, whether Akno's going to be able to equalize things quite comfortably. But that's a dangerous D-Sig. XJ going all the way down, finds the town edge to stop every option, and Akno's going to fall 2 stocks in almost 1 minute.
Beautiful. Akno got a little too greedy there, and XJ making sure to punish. But I think this is a great map for XJ, honestly, because the small blast zones and with sword, I feel like it's just way more consistent with D-Light recovery, just getting nice KOs off the top.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Akno with the Nair, able to take the first stock off of XJ, but Akno's not a player you can sleep on just yet.
Yeah, we've seen him clutch up harder situations here, especially with that bow in hand. Looking for just light aerials to try and get a little bit of damage. Sidelight to Gage, gonna get that full string into the neutral sig, was confirmed with no dodge. The ground pound too, Akno! Looking much more confident now. Once again, we're back to even stocks. Like you said, you can't discount Akno. And despite having taken a little bit of damage, that was a very favorable trade there for Akno, taking a full stock and continuing on the damage.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Akno somehow brought this all the way back in the span of like 30 seconds. So now XJ trying to find an opening, swapping out to the sword. Able to get an in-light reversing, putting Akno on the edge. Oh, nice there. Is that going to be enough? The ground pound? That was enough, though. That was enough.
Barely missing the rule. Yeah, XJ is going to be able to clean it up. Had to stem the bleeding a little there. As Akno was looking to try and get a very heartbreaking clutch. But very well played by XJ to keep calm, get that secured edge guard, and just go to a 1-1 scoreline. The question now, I think, is, are we going to see Akno kind of like calm down the offstage, do you think, or do we think it's just going to be continued shenanigans with that bow D-Sig?
I don't know. I feel like for Akno was final stock. Akno is just a different creature altogether when it comes to just like catching landings and being able to properly just extend combos that normally he wouldn't really go for in like the early game. But I don't know. It looks like we're going back to Smart World's End for game number 3.
That we are, yeah. I'm really curious how Akno's gonna like respond to having been stuffed out like that by XJ, because that's kind of just like a spin in the face to say like, I'm not that intimidated by you trying to snake me out off stage. Akno is able to adapt very comfortably. We saw like adapting to the pressure in last game, turning up like to try and pull back that game, and almost doing so successfully. Now we're seeing that bow into sword matchup again. Instead, we like how the sword looked into how Akno's playing. The katars we've been seeing bits and pieces of, and some nice extensions, but none of the craziness that katars are definitely capable of. And I think that's partially down to just Akno spacing around them very comfortably. And speaking of spacing, able to catch that neutral and try and extend, but does get punished. Damage in Akno's favor for the time being. They stick with the blasters here, actually.
Yep, a nice D-Light recovery. That is going to be enough to take the stock. Akno, I think this might be the first time Akno's had the first stock in this whole set so far. So let's see if XJ is going to be able to come back from this. Got the guitars.
It's a little concerning if a player who's been doing fine while losing first stock actually gets that early lead, but actually trying to turn the tables. Was it nice to secure the edge guard there? Akno will actually survive that gravity cancel neutral heavy. Side Edo will be enough. Not too much value there for Akno, as actually keeps the game relatively even.
Very even. But not too far out of reach for XJ. That's nice. Opting for the Katars into the bow matchup. Let's see. Is Akno going to be able to... Oh, wait. Nice. Great down air into the reverse recovery. Getting some damage. Still getting extra damage. Nice. Pressuring. Akno going back, going for the down sig, trying to catch XJ over aggressive.
Oh no.
No way.
No.
No.
Dude, the first one was just bait. It was just bait and he fell for it, hook, line, and sinker.
Akno's playing chess. Wow.
Blasters are finding some clutches now as well. XJ back against the wall here. Gonna try and rip that side sig, light punish that back. Just decided to get back onto the stage, but actually gonna say get back down there. The ground pound too, just down into the depths for Akno. Actually keeping it once again relatively close. There was an opportunity there for Akno to just really start running away with it, but XJ able to deny that. Both one stock apiece. XJ is a little damaged here, and getting pushed up to the sky with the blaster here is pretty dangerous with how low the ceiling can be.
Ooh, recovery trying to catch XJ going high. A lot of nairs coming out from Akno, and they're D-Light recovery. That is enough, especially for Smart Worlds. And Akno taking game number 3, going up 2-1 in the set.
XJ managed to make that close, but that entire game just felt like it was at Akno's pace, right? Like XJ was playing to keep up with Akno, which isn't exactly what you want to see. Akno looking a lot more comfortable in that third game. The question now is going to be, can Akno fulfill my prophecy of a 3-1 win, or will we end up going to a game 5?
If I'm XJ, I wonder what could be the adaptation here, because like you said, these are very close matches, but that last match, it did definitely feel like Akno was controlling the pace more. So I wonder, is XJ going to slow it down a little bit more to kind of like fill out the match a bit more, or maybe the plan is just to run him down with these Katars?
We haven't seen that much extension of the Katars, and already XJ showing that he's definitely capable. Already 80 damage onto Akno, who's going to answer back with someone on. Not quite the same effectiveness in terms of damage build, but still looking relatively unfazed by that early interaction.
Ooh, got the blasters into the Katars. Nice nair. Ooh, nice. Oh, almost got the Sair. That would have put Akno in a very bad spot. But I love this sword from XJ when it comes to the ledge guards. Oh yeah, D-Light recovery. Not enough to KO off the top of this map.
Just barely enough.
Still?
And the disarm as well. Yeah, Akno is staying alive without a weapon. Question is, do you even want to try and pick one up here? Like, Akno doesn't get a chance, but it becomes like an issue of like, do you want to pick up the weapon and then use it immediately because you're not likely to be alive much longer, or do you just kind of try and do what you can with unarmed? Akno onto the bow now, and we are seeing more of the Katars this game.
Yeah, I think the Katars are working pretty well so far. But as we know, Akno can just switch gears at any moment, start spacing a little bit differently, and that could throw off the game plan. But I don't know. I like the pressure so far. If XJ can just keep that up, I feel like we can go to game number 5.
Definitely doable here. We do have the blasters in hand. One D-Light recovery could be lethal for XJ, but finally we are seeing these extensions on the Katars. D-Light recovery will come through. Actually, not quite enough. Not higher kill threshold, but second recovery will do it. Akno now is in a bit of a rough spot, but we've seen Akno able to make up these deficits. D-Light recovery not going to be enough quite yet. Akno going to try and find an answer back where he can while he still has his bow in hand, but XJ putting on the pressure with this sword.
Uh-oh, I feel like are we fishing for a down signature? Actually catching the dodge up, trying to make it back to stage, but nice Sair coming out. Pretty decent lead for XJ, I'd say, but we've seen this exact thing happen in game number 2, I believe.
It was game 2, yeah. XJ did close that one out, but it did get a little bit stressful for a moment. Trades pretty even though, and Akno can't afford to be like evenly trading damage here. He needs to get these winning trades, and XJ completely comfortable just slowing the pace right down and trying to get just damage for damage, because having that extra shot quickly back on just gives him the room. And these edge guards are so lethal. Akno taking negative trades of damage here. The exact worst case scenario is he's forced to the edge, going to find another side air, try and make some space, but XJ again just turning down the pace. D-Light into the end sig though. Akno, do not do this. Do not do this again.
Ooh. Could be anybody's game, honestly. Acno got the bow again. Actually, unarmed finally grabs the guitars. I think the guitars were playing pretty good, but is that what you want to use to close out Acno? Oh, actually threw him away. But let's see. Okay, still pressuring unarmed.
Yeah, that's in that sword range where do that recovery, I think, will just about do it. The falling set, just barely enough, and XJ gonna secure that second game to his name, and my prediction is dead in the water.
But at least we have game number 5.
Our first set of the day 2 is shaping up to be a very exciting day. This is what we're getting on our first set here at Galaxy Cup Vortex. I'm curious now. That game, I think, definitely did rest on the shoulders of XJ playing a lot more aggressive with the guitars and then slowing down the pace once he had that lead. Acno really didn't seem to have much of an answer to the guitars at the start of that game. Definitely did start to come into his own towards the later stages. But that tends to be the trend, I think, we've been seeing with Acno, where the early game often is a lot more scrappy and a bit less strong for him, and then he really starts to lock in towards the end. So with all that information that they're definitely trying to adapt to, I'm curious how this final game is going to shape up. We are banning out to some very different stages for this final game 5.
Yeah, what map are we going to go to? Because Smart World's End, I feel like it favors both players, but personally, I feel like it might favor Cool J a little bit more. But I feel like the other 2 maps could go either way, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like Shadow Scar Landing is a very traditional map shape, and Wasteland is a little less traditional, but yeah, World's End is just the tried and true. It's the closest we have to Brawlhaven, and I'm not surprised to see XJ banning into that. We've seen XJ perform on that map before, and it's definitely a comfort pick for him as such. I'm also not surprised we haven't seen any changes in Legend. Like, these two are so steadfast on these characters that it's definitely more like an adaptation thing rather than a character swap. For Game 5, it's the exact same circumstances we've seen before. Who plays better?
Indeed. Alright, we got the guitars into the bow matchup. Acno with the recovery, getting some nice damage in. XJ playing a little bit behind, but a decent read could just bring this back. Unless Acno's going to keep playing this consistent. Acno spacing it out. Nice catch with an in-light. Ooh, going up into the air with it. I feel like when it comes to this matchup in specific, I feel like XJ is definitely very scary when it comes to the edge guards.
He
Especially
is
with
not
the sword,
afraid.
but the guitars are nice too.
Yeah, he's not afraid to go in deep and just like spend everything on ensuring that Acno cannot make it back. Whereas Acno, the offstage is a bit more simplistic. It's D-Sig. That's the game plan. That's been the game plan this entire set, and it's paid off in the dividends so far. Actually, able to claw back into a pretty even situation here, despite the fact that Acno had a pretty early lead. The damage, it's not super even, but we are both Acno is approaching the red. Acno is pretty deep in the red, but it comes to a certain point where you're both red and you're both gonna get KO'd by the right combo. Acno will find that first KO onto XJ, but now he's that extra credit.
This is one of those spots you never want to be in against Acno. Playing behind while he has a bow. This could get scary. If XJ is not able to find a KO soon, Acno could just keep building up damage, or might even get caught the GC. But Acno still playing it smart, didn't go for anything. XJ making it back to stage with the sword in hand. Now this is the spot I think XJ is very scary in. Nice, good recovery. That is going to equalize the stocks in game number 5. Anyone's game.
Yeah, it's another case of like a small damage lead game for Acno, but nothing really that crazy. And we've seen XJ just find these big conversions on both sword and guitars to be able to bring things back. But Acno, seemingly the first time in the set, is that Blast is kind of cooking a little bit. They've kind of been in the background by comparison to the bow. Gonna throw them away now for said bow, which are going to come through. Not quite enough, needs a bit more damage wrapped up for that to KO. Gonna find this stage control though with XJ forced into the wall. Actually not gonna be aggressive here with the edge guard. Gonna just step back, find that into Nair, but not gonna be enough to KO. Blast is back in hand now for that light set, which is gonna complete immediately. Acno now very much in the lead.
Yeah, but XJ has to find an answer for this. Acno changing up the tempo, different pacing going into this match. Getting a lot of, like you said, doing a lot with the blasters this match. Maybe because XJ's not used to it throughout the whole like matchup, so it's like catching him off guard now.
Uh-oh, burn dodge right in the face of a pair of blasters. That's so much damage converted there for Akno.
Been still with a stock lead too. Ouch.
Yeah,
oh, what are we doing?
I'm not sure Akno actually knew which signature that. I didn't know which signature that was being charged, to be honest. I haven't watched the full charge animations on Ahsoka, but still able to find a punish, and now it's looking bleak. Is the D-Sig, the tried and true to end the set, and Akno going to take game 5 in a very convincing fashion.
Beautiful. It was, hey, as I said, I was expecting a decent amount of down sig KOs, and I think we got like 4, 3. Like, I think that's a pretty decent amount.
I like that Akno, he was ripping that sig very hard in the first few games, and then sort of let XJ kind of forget about it for a bit, and then use that at the perfect opportune moment to end the set as well.
Hey, I enjoyed watching that set. I thought that was a pretty good set. It was like a battle between range and close quarters. I thought it was pretty interesting seeing how XJ was able to find value by going as close as possible, just over aggressing and just getting a lot of damage in. And I thought it was cool to see how Akno was able to kind of maneuver around that and actually predict some of those moments and reverse that against them.
Yeah, it was very fun because, like you said, that those different dynamics of like one being a more rushdown character, the other being more ranged. It led to a lot of like swings in damage that we saw, which made it like very tense the entire time. So it was very, very fun set. And congratulations to Akno for moving forward. XJ obviously not out of the tournament yet. We are on a double elimination bracket, so XJ is going to be moving down to the lower side of the bracket. I'm just curious who XJ is going to have to face now, to be honest, before moving to our next match. I'm struggling to find our next match. That also being Cheesy versus Dark, which not a unknown pair of names, but names that you wouldn't necessarily expect to be facing each other in winners' quarters. Like, Dark is coming off the back of a 3-2 against Shira, who is a much more established name in the scene right now.
Yeah, I will say I'm not too familiar, but this is the perfect time for me to get familiar. I'm excited to see.
Absolutely, yeah, it's always fun to see like players that are sort of teetering on entering those top placements finally get a chance to show what they're made of. And Cheesy is down on the power rank compared to Dark. Dark is a name that is a bit more of a known entity, like consistently breaking into those like 17th places, 9th at the Spring Championship. So also that's Dark rather, or Cheesy rather, who got 9th at the Spring Championship. Dark is consistently kind of around the same placements actually. 17th we're seeing, 9th at Winters. So very consistent placements for both of these players are just not quite breaking into that top 8 consistently. So a very good chance here for both of them.
Yeah, power rank 27 from Cheesy, power rank 14 from Dark. So, hey, I'm intrigued to see how this matchup goes. Looks like, I wonder what kind of characters we're going to see. I do know a little bit about Dark. I've watched a few sets, and from what I remember, I believe Dark played Vortex, right?
Yeah, it looks like Dark is more like a Gauntlets and Vortex player. I think we have like on the stats tool, Vortex obviously has on screen, and then a report of Petra as well. So perhaps like having that pocket to get away from the site and just keep those Gauntlets on hand. And then Cheesy on the flip side seems to be more of a hammer player. We see some Bodvar reported and a Terrorist as well. So very different character archetypes going up into this if they're both going to be playing those kind of characters. I'm curious to see what you think about like whether this is going to be a really close set or whether you think Dark is going to sort of run away.
I guess I'll have to see. But from what I know about Dark, I mean, I know Dark is really nice with it. I'm not too familiar with Cheesy. And you said Cheesy plays like Bodvar, Taros. I wonder, since the decks changed, are we still going to see a Taros? Or would they be running deck stance or?
That is a very good point, to be honest. Like it's a very big impact on what characters have been like shifting around the meta, having that dex change. I think if Bodvar is like Cheesy's most consistent character, I think Bodvar's just a really solid. Like, there's never been a time where Bodvar hasn't been a solid pick. Like, Sword and Hammer will always be like decent enough, and Bodvar has a stat lineup and a sig kit that is just solid enough to bring anywhere.
And the buffs too. Like, I believe D-Sig is faster on Hammer now too, and that is a scary sig to get hit by.
Yeah. Bit of a sleeper sig because you don't really see it that often, especially in like high level play, but you can definitely make that work in the right spot. Just now waiting by lots of things for the players. I think we do have both of them in the lobby, just waiting a minute. ready to get into the game. I'm curious, do you think we're going to see like many pocket picks on these players? Because we have a bit of information on them, but what we know about Dark like is that Vortex is those gauntlets by the sounds of things. And do you get the vibe this is going to be a game where players are going to be pocket picking, or do you think it's going to be like Acno and XJ where it's just sticking with their tried and true?
I feel like it's going to come down to how fast they need to adapt, or if they just want to switch things up. Because if game number 1 is very close, I don't think we're going to see a swap. But if it's like a stomp, maybe, then I feel like we would see something change, whether it be stances or like maybe a map. But I like to think that both of these players would definitely choose whichever option will help them win. Now, if they believe that is sticking to the character, then I think that's the move.
Yeah, 100% agree. We do have, the Bodvar locked in for...
No stance?
Cheesy here. I mean, honestly...
I mean, that's still good. Yeah.
With those stats, I see it. Like, there's not really a downside to just running his base stats. They're really, really solid. I mean, that's the Devil Gin coming out Dark, so not the Vortex or Petra that we were necessarily expecting, but again, those gauntlets coming through.
Yeah, no super stance either, just regular attack stance. Okay, nice. It looks like we're going to Small Fortress of Wolves for game number 1, Dark versus Cheesy. All right. This seems like a popular map.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like there's so little factors that could make it like uncomfortable, right? Like it's just a very solid map. You have the option of a platform if you want it, but it's not as intrusive as like, let's say, Miami Run, for example. And the rules are like relatively average. The stage size is average. The care box is average. Like there's no like cheese potential as much as we do have cheesy in the game.
That is true. Got the hammer into the gauntlets. Nice inlight coming out from Dark. Was not able to get the recovery. Gets the nerve. Trying to go for another one. Sidelight recovery. It looks like Cheesy's playing back just a little bit. Nice.
Ooh, good catch.
Down sig. Okay, Dark taking the lead. Looks like you were right with the gauntlets. Those gauntlets are scary.
Yeah. He definitely looks very adept with those. And like Cheesy opened up pretty aggressive here with the hammer as well, and then Dark answered back very hard, and now the pace slowing right down. We opened up very like scrappy in that first stock, and now Cheesy playing a bit more respectful. Gonna come over to the hammer. Finds that side out. Could be curtain stomp into the recovery. GC Ensig Dark just barely doesn't have the options to make it back. Cheesy able to stop the bleeding just a bit. A small amount of damage dealt onto the second stock, and I think you can't come back from.
Nice. Looks like we're getting the hammer gauntlets again. Nice. Good damage coming out from Cheesy. Trying to go for the stomp, trying to catch the landing of Dark, but is unable to. Both players trying to find an opening. Dark orbiting around. Is finally able to get the nair, but not able to convert anything else into it. Nice down air. Cheesy with the nair, getting some decent damage on that counterattack. Both players not really able to find any big strings at this moment, but we got the instant call out from Dark, able to get the KO, putting Cheesy on final stock for this game.
So the slam dunk coming through from the Devil Gin, and it seems that Cheesy is consistently, like, despite opening up aggressive, now just forced to play from behind. We haven't seen much of the sword so far. Definitely more confident on the hammer, but the sword so far looking pretty good. These juggles on the neutral are very nice as well. Now we have the hammer on field. Stomp Sarah is going to be a very big factor here to try and take out the stuff of Dark. He's going to get his hands onto a pair of gauntlets, going to just throw them away to try and open up into the neutral. And on neutral lights, just spacing out Cheesy. This is the stomp as well. Dark clinging to life here.
Yeah, I don't know. The sword was getting a lot done. It seems like Dark is just maneuvering around this hammer a lot easier. Whether that be because the moves are a little bit more telegraphed and just way bigger. But we finally got the stomp into the Sair, finally able to get the KO with the hammer. Which weapon are we going to stick with? Looks like the hammer. I feel like Cheesy just needs to find that right moment. Oh, this could be it. Ah, it's not able to get the sidelight. Interesting.
I made a good point too about how Dark is spacing around the hammer. Like that's always been kind of like the biggest weakness of hammer, is the fact that your game plan is very obvious. Like there is a set game plan for hammer, and Dark very clearly is comfortable playing around it, where Cheesy did make work happen with that sword, but clearly just much more comfortable playing the hammer. The dodge caught, and Dark will close out this first game and he was just in control since the first stock. Cheesy had some moments, but was just playing from behind almost the entirety of that first game.
Yeah, Dark with game number 1. Are we going to see any swaps? It doesn't look like it. It looks like we're going back to the same legends, same stances. Are we going back to the same map? No. Small Fortress of Wolves was like the first ban. That's interesting. All right, so that leaves Demon Island, Shadow Scar, and Small World's End. Huh. Okay, yep, I had a feeling. Small World's End. Looks like we're going there for game number 2. I feel like the adjustment from Cheesy would have to be finding a way to either make the hammer work or to just do a lot more on the sword.
Sure.
And also, we didn't see much bow from Dark at all, so Dark could still just surprise Cheesy with that bow at any moment.
Yeah, both players are very much playing like for them one main weapon and using the other as like a backup as opposed to like a 50-50 split. And unfortunately for Cheesy, Dark does have his more comfortable weapon to start with here, the sword in the hands of Cheesy, who is, again, able to find a lot of unanswered damage here. It looks as if Dark is less comfortable into the sword, but Cheesy seems more comfortable or happier just playing the hammer. Gonna go for a fine recovery. Dark forced onto this ledge, taking his time to make his way back up. Exclamation mark coming through. Cheesy finds a neutral light. G-Light into the GC down sig! Honestly, like, that's a terrifying thing to be hit by, and Dark recovered very, very well.
That was very fast. I think that's unjumpable now. Got the hammer into the gauntlets once more. Getting hit with the sidelight recovery from the gauntlets. And another recovery call out. Dark has been hitting a lot of those sidelights into weight and then recovery.
I was just gonna say, yeah, his consistency on catching those with these gauntlets is really, really impressive.
Very. Ooh, okay, don't wait. That's scary. Okay, make it back, make it back, make it back. Not okay. Wait, Dark pressuring, still getting the recovery at the top too, just extending that 3-hit combo. Nice. But Cheesy with the hammer, are we going to be able to get some good hits in? Are we going to be able to get a KO? Nice.
Just right for the neutral thing.
Yeah, just hey, that's enough. Hey, we'll take it. Playing behind. Nice.
Yeah, like you said, still just playing from behind, touches down into the big, which he will just now need survive, but now Dark almost a full stop up here. One, dodging down to the ground in the face of Gauntlets is just so dangerous, and Dark shows why. It's just a free solid recovery up into the sky there for Cheesy. Now Dark just extending the scene even further. Dark is forced away. Sweat beads are out, but has that GC NSIG to make it back. It's such a useful recovery tool in the hands of Zario. Cheesy. Is that the first stomp set of this game?
Might be. Because I feel like we've seen a lot of the sword come out, and then every time the hammer did come out, it was just already
It's what's happening on screen right now, is what happens when
yeah.
the hammer comes out.
Dark just feels super confident just rushing him down when he's on the hammer, it feels like.
For sure.
Ooh, nice reverse there. I'm going to be able to get nice stomps there. Oh, nice.
Recovery.
Going low for the recovery, catching all the options from Dark. That's going to make the stocks even, but definitely not the damage. But let's see. I mean, hammer is the weapon that could bring this back if the right things happen.
He is able to dodge down, not get caught by that recovery, but the disarm comes through, and Dark going to starve away the weapons. Gauntlets into the unarmed Cheesy. Very low on this final stock. One well-placed recovery will do it. It's just a neutral light will actually be enough to close out the second game, and Dark once again just in control.
I feel like maybe Cheesy will have to swap, or maybe find a different way to approach this matchup, because Dark with the gauntlets is just getting so much value, especially when the hammer's coming out from Cheesy. Like a lot. Oh wait, yeah,
no, I like this. I like this.
I like this. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh wait. Second thinking. Second guessing. But
maybe. Okay.
So far we got 2-0 in the set. Will Cheesy be able to take this game number 4?
Yeah, that's the big question. The thing is, as well, is that Cheesy definitely like shows that he is very adept on the hammer. It's not as if he's a bad hammer player or anything. Like, he's had his moments that were very impressive, but it's clear that Dark just is really comfortable with that matchup with these gauntlets, especially. So I like swapping to the Koji here. I'm sure it's a bit of a tough call for someone who clearly is like a hammer fanatic, but I think Koji here is like a lot. You've seen how well the sword works out of that first game. Proved it. Like the only time he was winning was early on with that sword. And the bow here I think is good as well because you have that stack to get up into with that neutral light. It's just gonna make life a bit harder because, like you said, Dark is getting really aggressive with these corners and just getting into cheesy space.
Now notice we got the super defense coming out from Cheesy. But so far, oh, I was about to say Cheesy wasn't able to get a single hit in just yet, but looks like we're able to finally get some hits in with the neutral light into neutral light. Nice. Okay. Oh wait, great edge guard. No. Ah. But Dark able to touch, get some options back. Now pressuring Cheesy unarmed.
I like the intent of the down light there, looking to catch the landing for a down light ground pound over the edge, but not quite. Oh, now this is the big question mark. We haven't seen this from Cheesy yet. Oh, just on the very edge of the wings, just barely caught.
Insane catch. That was beautiful. That was nice. Looks like Dark is going to be able to take the lead in this game so far. Okay, we got the sword coming out from Cheesy. The sword is what I like to see. But wait, that was a great mix-up, getting some nice damage in there. Trying to make it back to stage.
He's so confident with cooling out and catching these dodges, and it's very scary for Cheesy here. Is like consistently finding these hits though, and if he's able to find a good beat-up recovery here, could even up the game without having taken too much on the second stock to let Ser is going to be enough. Cheesy actually keeping the game close.
I wonder. Okay, I was just about to say, are we going to see a lot of bow coming out? Let's see. Is the bow going to be able to work into this matchup? The Nair read. So much damage.
No,
and oh my goodness. And the emote.
Like, you get to emote for that one. I'm not gonna lie. That was clean from Dark, and now the even game that Cheesy had fought for is now just completely gone. The confidence is exuding from Dark here, who is just running down with these gauntlets. And Cheesy just doesn't have an answer back. Finds one down there, can't find anything else. Sido as well. Dark maybe getting a little bit too overconfident. Cheesy. He's going to find an edge guard here, or have an edge guard opportunity. Doesn't manage to secure much more out of it. Playing much more floating game here. I think Cheesy's definitely now like giving a lot of respect to the pressure that Dark has with that side light into Ryu, because he's been caught by it a lot at this point.
Indeed. Oh, Dark trying to catch with the Nair. Ooh, every time he gets hit with that Nair, I get so scared because Dark has just been reading like a lot of options after those. But it looks like we're finally getting some bow gameplay from Dark. Okay,
the recovery doesn't
each other.
Hit properly there.
Ooh. It looks like both players aren't trying to do anything too crazy.
Wait, that comes through. Dash up Sarah's nice. Dark. Oh no, Cheesy couldn't touch the wall. Dark. A very convincing 3-0 victory, which is honestly, having looked at the stats, a kind of a surprise, because in the one matchup they have had, that was in Galaxy Cup Zenith, where they faced each other, and it was a Dark win, but it was a Game 5 Dark win, so this is much more convincing for Dark here.
Very 3-0. I did like the swap. I wonder, should that swap have happened earlier in the set?
Yeah, I think so. Like, the Koji definitely had promise. I think the bow was a little bit like a question mark for me on like whether or not Cheese was going to be able to make it work. But the sword was like the sword was cooking.
Whew.
That being said, though, we have our first two entrants into the top 8. It's going to be Acno and Dark, who will be facing off later on the tournament. We do have upcoming matches of Ahmet and Bamia and Muda and Sapphire. But unfortunately, before that, we have to go through a very brief break just to make sure the players are ready, we are ready, get some water, and the people at home are ready for some very exciting matches coming up. So, anything else to say before we go to break?
Nothing at all. Hey, stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
So tell me what our idols ever did for me with caring. Just for clout, don't you feel a bit commodified and froze out? Performative concerns, the concern now. Just something to be seen talking about, no doubt. But I keep holding my I stand, but honestly I'm over all the affectation, man. Cynical, yeah, I guess I am. I think I'd like to stay this way though if I can. Just keep holding that pace through impossible days. The void keeps calling my name. It's the only way. Get through.
Welcome back on in to Galaxy Cup Vortex. I'm still Hackle. I'm still joined by Xanonoia. We're back from our very brief break with some more action in 1v1s coming up. And what do you think of this first match coming? Because it's a bit of a banger.
Now, this one, I'm super excited for this one. I've watched both of these players. I'm very familiar with both. I feel like Bamia is definitely the one I'm most curious about going into this one, because I don't think I've watched a tournament set from Bamia since the update with the super stances, so I don't know what Bamia will be rocking, but I'm excited to see how, because now I remember Bamia played Zol before, right? And now that Zol has like a true combo with D-Light and an Insig, I wonder if we're going to see that used at all on the cannon, or if we're going to see 11 attack. I don't think we're going to see that in pro play though, but it would be funny too.
That's scary, but yeah, no, Bamia has played like a pretty diverse pool of characters. We know him best for like a mixture of the Zol and the Vortex, which are very different in terms of playstyle. But I think it's very strong to have a player who has that diversity in their pick pool. Whereas Ahmet is much more of a Gauntlet's feed, right? Like we know Ahmet for the Petra, we know them for the Zarya as well. So, and Ahmet, like weirdly enough, this is a tried and true matchup. These players have played a bunch of matches, but it is actually in Bamia's favor, despite the fact that Ahmet has a lot more like recent success, and for a period was like the top player in Europe. Bamia has had like a period where Bamia was very, very scary, but right now it's actually a PR3 to PR11 in favor of Ahmet. But it's 9-4 favored matchup wise for Bamia. So maybe this is just a player that Ahmet's had some trouble with consistently getting those wins. We are going to be going into actually a Petra into Devil Jin matchup, which this is going to be a very brawly game.
Yeah, with the super attack as well. 9 attack Zarya. That is very scary.
Yeah, they're both getting KO'd very early because we are also on Small World's End. So this is going to be some very early KOs here out there.
And it's nice to see Ahmet with the Petra on the orb, especially I'm glad that they reverted the orb change, so now Satellite comes back out as fast as it used to. I think that's going to be very helpful for the very like good orb players. Nice, Satellite's there.
Orb's been in like an interesting spot over the years where like it was like ridiculously strong for a good period of time, and then they kind of like felt as if the changes were a little too harsh sometimes, or not harsh enough. That D-Sig though,
just barely able to make it past that. Oh wait, okay, it's still not enough to KO. Grabs the gauntlets. The inlight is going to disarm Bamia. Bamia trying to make it back to stage. Ahmet with a dash jump reverse. Nice, beautiful ground pound to secure the KO. it looked like Bamia was going to run away with that lead for a second, but then Ahmed was still just able to just play smart pressure and was able to secure a KO. Pretty nice.
I'm honestly surprised Ahmed lived from that D-stick. Like, we're talking about like a 9 strength double gym on Small Worlds, and Ahmed getting the goal. Coach on the side of the stage. Options dwindling for Bamia. Gets caught with the neutral air. Ground pound comes through. Ahmed just dismantling Bamia's second stock. My goodness.
Did Ahmed get hit once from that?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. Bamia is going to answer back with the recovery though, so we're going to at least be on fresh stocks for both players, but it is a full stock deficit here for Bamia.
We've got the orb into the gauntlets. Nice inlight. Bamia. The dash inlight getting punished. Ooh, nice. Good combos coming out from Ahmed. Nice extension. Are we going to get anything on the top?
Dude.
If Ahmed had a recovery left, that would have been very scary. Whoa. So much pressure from Ahmed, still just going in.
This guy, bro. This guy.
Let him breathe, Ahmed. Let him breathe. Oh my goodness. That was
disgusting. That was absolutely filthy. I mean, that is like the ideal for Ahmed, right? Like, it's just being able to run away. Ahmed is so like momentum based, and being able to just get that freight train moving, it's so hard to come back from that. We see it in full force there. Bamia just didn't have an answer back, and in very little surprise, we're going to see Bamia immediately swap character. The Gauntlets matchup just not playing into his favor. So we're over onto the tried and true Zol here for Bamia, which I think makes sense. I think like with how that game shaped up, you need something very different, at least like a major adaptation or a character swap. They're going to be keeping on Small World's End, which Zol on this stage is, I mean, both of these characters are a nightmare on this stage. Like I said, like it's early KO heaven for these two.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to who can get the most momentum and just keep it going. Because both of these players are on high attack, lower defense, especially going on Small World's End, like you said. So I think whoever's going to be able to just keep the momentum is going to be able to just take this one. But Bamia back on the Zol. I like the Zol. The Zol is the... What a ground pound call out. But that's not enough to KO, surprisingly.
Yeah, Bamia managing to sneak his way back to the wall without getting caught by Ahmed there. Cannon now in hand. That's going to be the big question mark here for the Zol, is can you find these extensions with Cannon? So they're going to come through Ahmed. Try and pressure this off stage. Looks for the neutral air. Oh, Magister with the ground pound and answer back. Bamia is going to fall, and Ahmed continuing to be in control of this set so far.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure. Because Ahmed is just getting so much value. Oh, the juggle! Ahmed is just running him out. And he's weapon starving as well. Nice. Still getting extra damage going in on this. Oh, no. This is the first stock from Ahmed.
He's done. He's gone.
Oh my God.
Brother. Can we be serious? Like, Bamia is not a pushover. This is a very like accoladed player in Europe, and Ahmed is making him look like a joke. It's ridiculous.
I'm stunned. Okay, Bamia fighting back, unarmed right now, and Ahmed got the orb in hand. This orb has been putting in so much work.
It's the nightmare scenario where like Ahmed is not relying on one weapon more than the other. He is cooking with both, and now Bamia needs to try and find at least this start to try and get something to work with. He's already taken a chunk of damage on this final. Ahmed has so much room to work with. The side air will come through Bamia. Now, back against the wall in dire straits, needs to find something, and Cannon definitely is the weapon to make that work. Like, he can try and find a sneaky read, try and get a lot of damage with an early KO here, but Ahmed being very patient with his responses to Bamia trying to look for these openings.
Indeed. Got the gauntlets into the cannon. Nice.
Oh no.
Oh,
dude.
Oh my gosh.
Give him a chance, even. Like,
I don't even have time to say everything that's happening because Ahmed is just going in. Very confident win from Ahmed in game number 2. Are we finna see a sweep?
It's definitely possible. And yeah, Bamia, I think, wisely getting rid of Small World's End. We're going to go into Fortress of Borders here for game 3 and back onto the Devil Jin. I don't know how I feel about it, Zab. Like, the Devil Jin just had the same problem where there wasn't an answer back. Ahmed was just like way too aggressive, and Bamia didn't have like an answer at all. I don't even know if it's a character thing or just like a playstyle issue at this point.
Yeah, no clue. I did notice Bamia was getting caught a lot from the orb down light. Like, it's a very good option, and Ahmed's using it in the perfect spots to just catch either dodge down or dodge up. But, okay, we got the bow coming out from Bamia, doing some decent damage against Ahmed. Trying to catch a Nair, but is unable to. Disarms Ahmed, actually. Now Ahmed on the gauntlets. This bow is actually doing pretty nice.
This is a very good change to start this game for Bamia, but Ahmed's getting that train moving now. Damage back to even off one good interaction for Ahmed. Going to chase down that orb. We're going to make sure he doesn't get fully disarmed. Misses the punish there. Both players now looking for something to try and end these stocks, but the coverage with that orb neutral, like Ahmed using it so well. Tries to go for the sneaky down air, but the ping pong off the edge of the stage, spiking straight downwards. Ahmed manages to control what could have been a dangerous start to this game. Still in KO range, and Bamia definitely can make something happen here, but we've seen how much Ahmed can just start building momentum, and already I'm kind of afraid of how this orb is looking.
Yeah, the juggles are insane. And lots of inlights coming out from Ahmed, and they're putting Bamia in very awkward spots where Bamia either has to dodge or has to just get away, and Ahmed taking advantage of it. But we got the side sig coming out from Bamia, finally taking the first stock off of Ahmed.
A good punish. Bamia looking more comfortable this game than previous, but still playing from behind here. Now the Gauntlets into Gauntlets matchup, the mirror match is in play, and Bamia's just gone, dude. Like,
Ahmed is something else off stage, I will say. This whole
something
set.
else on stage too, dude. Like,
yeah. Ooh, okay, Ahmed was. Oh, we got the double DI read into the oh!
Wait,
That was about to be scary.
yeah, unfortunately, Ahmed not able to fully finish that string, but now Bamia in dire straits once again. Gauntlet's mirror match coming in through. We've seen how this is shaped up before. Ahmed dodging through the recovery, going to find a punish right there. Bamia does catch a dodge and catches a pound with the D-Sig. There is room for Bamia to try and come back here. Going to stick on these Gauntlets. Honestly, I was liking the bow. Like you said, it was looking pretty good at the start of this game, but maybe Bamia has a game plan here with the Gauntlets. All back in the hands of Ahmed, and that is scary. Sidelight Sare. Bamia's pretty low.
Ooh, making it around Ahmed. Bamia with the inlight punish. Another one. Oh, was able to catch a dodge, but was not able to extend. But Bamia still keeping pressure. Oh, going low for it.
I respect
Ahmed
it.
able to avoid. Hey, I do too. What? Ahmed with the okay, we got the gauntlets ditto. Oh.
Dude, it's so close now. Bamia has control of the stage. Tries to go down, but gets disarmed by the recovery. And now Ahmed trying to guard the weapon. Gauntlets back in the hands of Bamia. One good read, all it takes, but the spot dodge just narrowly avoids the recovery. Bamia slowing the pace right down, goes for the risky play with the N-Sig. Now doesn't have room on the stage. Ahmed slowing this edge guard right down. Doesn't want to go over aggressive. Bamia expects exclamation marks coming out. They want to get back with a silent recovery. Ahmed just barely manages to clinch out the 3-0. What a heartbreaking end for Bamia there.
Whew. Ahmed, that whole set was just. It was just so much, so many extensions, so many off stage. Like, I don't really know what to say, honestly. That set was very fast paced, was just over in the blink of an eye.
I mean, I said it was going to be a brawly set, no pun intended, but like that was just a fist fight, and I think they were in different weight classes, to be honest.
I don't even know. I'm very excited to see more Ahmed. I'm very excited to see more Ahmed, but we have a very fun set coming up right now, actually. Ooh.
Yeah,
we got
another good one.
Sophia, Munir. Ooh. Okay. What are your predictions for this one? What do you got?
I mean, Munir has just always been like, ever since his entrance to the European scene, he's like been someone you could just never count out. Like, he's just such a solid player. Safir has had a bit more of a sort of fluctuation over time. And right now, like the match stats are 9-3 in favor of Munir, stats wise. But I mean, anything can happen, and I think Saphir is a player who definitely can make those upsets. We know Saphir for making some crazy upsets that just weren't expected. The question is just going to be, is like these two have played against each other enough times that maybe Mune just knows how to play into Saphir. We are seeing a Mega Man out of Mune, which we know Mune has a pretty schnasty pair of boots. The Blasters are going to be an interesting pick for him, and tried and true Bryn for Saphir as well.
Yeah. I noticed Saphir's not playing that lens that I know him for. I assume that he doesn't like playing it in ones anymore after the nerfs on it.
Mm.
But I've seen the Bryn before, and I know that his Bryn can cook. So
for sure. So he's a very vocal player about how he feels about Lance in 1v1s, especially, and Ulgrim as a character. And I think it's not a huge surprise to see Saphir sort of moving away from that character if like it's continuing to just not work out for him in 1v1s. Bryn, I think, is also just like having Spear into boots is just a really comfortable spot to be in.
Ah, true.
Because you can just stop out the boots very, very hard with that weapon.
Oh, what a side stick call out from Munir. Saphir with the spear. Oh, we got the reverse downer coming out from Munir. Good pressure, but Saphir going around. Nice, that was smart. And is able to, okay. I thought we were going to see some more right there, but Munir with the insig catches that enough to KO. It is enough. Munir taking the lead in game number 1.
That Sig is such a jump scare, dude. It is terrifying to get hit by that, and Luna gonna try and now press this advantage. Blasters kept in hand. The Saphir does manage to get the axe, but the right side out of Luna gonna try and extend even further. The damage racking up now and almost even in damage despite a stock deficit. Axe does finally find purchase, but Luna is just keeping it going, tries to cook with the unarmed. Doesn't quite manage to find a KO there, but still, this is so big for Munir. Finds a disarm as well. And getting a little overconfident on the side of the stage, but still has that room to work with. No, Munir, you're not... Okay, let's get back to the stage, guys.
Oh, man. They were going for some interesting stuff down there, but Saphir with the side air, that's going to be enough to KO. Very damaged, though. This stock could just be taken away by just about... Oh, wait. Nice extension from Saphir. Nice damage. Going for the... Oh, man. There's so much happening. Saphir, nice. Beautiful. Still racking up the damage. I'm trying to hold on to the second stock, but is that enough? It is not enough.
These are boots we're talking about. It's never enough.
True.
Down there, walking through. Saphir dodges back up. Exhaustive recovery's gonna get caught out, but a very good equalization here by Saphir. Like it was looking pretty dire. And the axe really started to take chunks out of Luna now in a position where Saphir can equalize this stock. We're back to a very even game, but Luna, these blasters just don't stop. It's unrelenting, the damage. Just keeping it going, Luna.
Player 2 wins.
Replay. We need a replay. Oh my goodness. What?
Brother.
You were just talking about how Saphir was keeping it close, doing some nice damage in with that axe, and then Munir just was like, nah, I understand it now.
Yeah, I mean, that's just such a ridiculously clean sequence to go from like sending like Saphir up to just immediately adapting to the dodge being burned. It's just, what do you do in the face of that if you're Saphir? Like,
looks like we see. What do? You swap.
You swap.
So it looks like we're seeing the Tesco.
I don't know much about the Tesco out of Saphir, to be honest. Like, Saphir is a character who has like played a number of characters primarily like to flex in the 2v2s, but I mean, I like it. It's interesting. It's definitely a change of pace from the Bryn. But it's also a risky play to make against someone who, like, Luna is very comfortable on the Tesco. Like, Luna has a very, like, deep character pool, but Tesco is one that, like, you see Luna get work done with, and the boots especially. So he's definitely going to be familiar with how Saphir is going to want to play this, getting an extension on the side with the boots as well. The damage, very even so far.
Ooh, reverse insig, not able to catch. Is getting punished heavily by Munir, but Munir without a dodge. Gets caught landing on stage with the inlight. Nice. Good damage. Oh my god, what a good read. Going for, I was thinking we were going to see a Sarah, but goes for the Nair to try to catch a read with the insig, and it looks like it paid off. Was able to get the first stock off of Munir. I didn't know Saphir had a Tesca. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, at this point, that without doubt, he can play it. Luna is being a little risky with buying advantage there. Saphir isn't able to fully capitalize, but now it seems like a flip of the last game where Saphir is the one running away with the damage. Luna needs not to back. The ground pound is risky, and Munir does not quite make it. Could he not have GC Ensig there?
Oh, that's a good. Huh? Maybe he thought he would have touched, so he didn't.
Edge.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure on the angle of that sig at all, to be honest. But Saphir taking the lead, a stock ahead as well. Oh, nice read. Hey. Oh, Munir going back to stage, resetting options.
Oh no.
Nice.
Oh no.
The double.
Munir! He's just clip farming, bro. I don't get it. Like, how are you gonna go down that bad at the start of the game and then just completely fry Saphir's second stock and now the blasters in hand? You saw how dangerous they can be. Saphir answering pretty well to the blasters so far with the boots getting in and aggressive. Buys a recovery there as well. The damage is building a little, but like Munir has proven that the lead doesn't really matter that much if you're in the wrong spot at the wrong time, but Saphir still pressuring D like ground pound, and actually game 2 going to Saphir with the Tezca.
Wow. Okay, I like that swap from Saphir. Nice adjustments as well. Like, I was not expecting Saphir to come out kicking like that with the boots. I'm gonna be honest. Was putting so much pressure on Munir on that first stock, second stock. I mean, I don't even know. It looks like we're not seeing any swaps either. It looks like we're going straight to Demon Island.
Run it back. Same game state and just who can play better. I think Munir now has had the time to sort of like adjust to how Saphir's going to be playing this Tesco. And like, it wasn't as if Munir was like playing poorly. It's just that Saphir was very adept at catching Munir's movement, catching the dodge there as well. Damage starting out in Saphir's favor, but Munir does have those bosses in hand, able to catch Saphir very consistently with. But okay, maybe pressing a little too many buttons because Saphir is just like punishing a lot of these like thrown out options by Munir.
Agreed. Oh, going for the side sig catch, was unable to catch it, but goes for the reverse insig and it pays off, hitting on the stage. Nice knockback, nice damage as well. Munir is in KO %. Ooh, but Munir not going down without a fight. Nice, gets the disarm with the insig, another insig.
He's remembered that he has the end sig. He's remembered he has sigs in general, apparently. Gonna snake away that first stock.
Yeah, honestly, I haven't seen too many SIGs from Munir now that you mention it, other than maybe the N-SIG from the Blasters, which is surprising because that's not a SIG I see too often VV players use at all.
Like into the side there to optimize setting across. That's very clean by Saphir. Going to keep the game close. Munir back onto the field. Boots on the feet of Saphir. Going to try and push Munir away from getting this weapon in hand. Going to get the blasters. Again, this is the part of the matchup that we've been seeing Saphir look very comfortable in, is like stopping up these blasters of Munir. Gonna throw them away though, actually. Looking for the gauntlets instead. Munir actually in the process of trying to weapon guard. Get disarmed. Takes a good chunk of damage as a result.
Ooh, Saphir making it back to stage, trying to catch him going up high with the Insig. But Munir keeping the pressure. Nice Insig. That was beautiful, going over the stage and just able to catch Munir trying to edge guard. Nice recovery catch as well. Another recovery, that is enough to take the stock. Okay, Saphir could go up in the set 2-1.
Yeah,
or will Munir make the adjustment?
Surprisingly confident here on the Tesco, right? Like, I don't want to keep harping on the fact that it's not what we expected, but like, I was kind of thinking that maybe it would be like a one-off, like snake a game out with a nice looking pick thing, but like Saphir's consistent on it so far. It is back to one of these final stocks, but again, like it feels as if Munir like keeping it close but playing from behind does try to give some limited boots. They're gonna answer back with the unarmed. I don't even want to grab a weapon right now, actually.
Yeah, what weapon is Saphir prime?
His fist.
Oh, the gauntlet.
Well, I mean, in the most literal way, yeah.
Oh my gosh! No way, dude! Did that just happen?
I mean, it's what's on my screen right now.
Yeah, Saphir taking the game, moving up 2-1 in the set.
Yeah, level 27 on this Tesca, like That's
Yeah,
not high.
wow.
That like, and yeah, he's playing like he's been playing this pick for a good amount of time. Back to Demon Island and then Nimue coming out. I have played this matchup a lot on the side of the Tezuka because of a certain Blackout Marrow, and I found it pretty rough. I'm not Saphir, I'm not a pro player, but I think this is a good pick for Munir. Like I was talking about earlier how like Spear can be a very comfortable spot to get into the booth because you can stuff out, and that's the same kind of logic for the Dauntless as well.
Agreed. Oh, nice off stage coming out from Saphir. Munir trying to make it back to stage is able to, but Saphir, oh, with the reverse decider, able to put Munir back in disadvantage. So far, Saphir looks like he is controlling the stage. Oh, goes for the insig read again. Almost got it, but Munir realized, oh my gosh.
Dude.
Is this the same man?
I don't know. This is just the last thing I expected. Munir now getting a little bit overzealous here with this, trying to just make up the deficit a bit too eagerly. And Saphir just consistently like backing away, punishing the options.
Starting to look like Saphir never needed Lance. It looks like Lance needed him.
Yeah, it would seem
Wow.
so. Munir does have the spear in hand, but Saphir not even afraid to try and go in with the unarmed. Munir gonna get the what a good dodge by Saphir to avoid that D-sig.
Ooh, Saphir with the boots. These boots have been going insane this set so far. When they're still playing behind though. Still a stock behind.
Oh no!
What a call out. What?
He didn't touch either.
Is that enough?
No
What?
way!
What was that clash?
Dude,
What was that
Munir,
D-sig? What was
just-
everything there?
he went too deep. Okay, he's gonna find the first stock, but now it's a full stock deficit. Can the Dusk make it work? I mean, look, Munir opened up this set looking so fantastic, and now like Saphir's just playing the matchup so well. The pace very much dictated by him as Munir's just trying to get aggressive, trying to throw out. Okay, yeah, Saphir. Let's relax.
Munir with the orb, nice ground pound. Tried to catch Saphir going up, but Saphir, nice patience, knowing to wait a little bit, was able to get around it. Nice D-light into the... Wait, so many options from Saphir coming out. Nice weapon throw, but Munir is able to make it back on stage. Ooh. Oh. Hesitates with the recovery. That would scare me. That almost looked like a repeat of game number 3. That made me nervous for a second.
It feels as if Munir's like trying to force options too hard, and he does
What?
once again. Saphir finds the punish, just playing a more patient game, and Munir actually gonna lose out on the set. I mean, you showed me that first game. This is not the outcome I predicted at all. Like,
If you would have told me Saphir would have swapped to Tezuka and took the set, I would have, I don't even know. I would have started breakdancing. I don't know. I would have never fathomed it.
I don't get it, dude. What an outcome. And well played by Saphir, gonna be moving forward. It is gonna be going up against Hamet in the winners semifinals, which I'm very excited for, but once again, unfortunately, we do have a brief break we're going to have to go to just to prep everything, make sure everything is ready both here and at home for the upper semifinals, which, just as a reminder, that is Akno versus Dark and Armet versus Saphir. There's some very big matches coming up.
Yeah, so as always, hey, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned and get ready for some more exciting matches. Woo!
Go swimming with the clouds again. I go swimming with the clouds again. I go swimming with the clouds again. I go swimming with the clouds again.
right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with Galaxy Cup Vortex EU 1v1s, and oh boy, it's me, Zapanoy, once again, and casting also again is my guy Hackle. Oh man, how you feel about this matchup we got right now, man? Acno and Dark.
I'm excited. We were saying backstage we want to try and see Dark get pushed to the edge because we saw Dark earlier against Cheesy, and that was just kind of like Dark was just in control of that set. But Acno, like I was saying, different beast. And they looking at their stats, they have 2 matches they've played, and they're 1-1 in terms of like they both won. And this genuinely, like, this could go game 5, or it could be a sweep in one direction. Like they're both playing really well. Acno had a close set with XJ, but XJ was looking really good in that set too. So I'm hyped to see how this shapes up. Like you said, I want to see Dark push to the edge. I want to see this set go the distance.
Likewise, I wonder, will Dark actually opt for the Zariel still in this matchup? Because if you do have to rely on the second weapon, do you really want to go bow against the bow? You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's a tough one, like, because Acno, like, he knows that matchup. He's played a ton of Zariel. He's played everything under the sun, like we were saying before. He has such a deep character, but he's been around in the game for a long time. And this is much more like an old versus gen matchup as well, where we haven't seen as much of this shaping up. And stats-wise, it looks scary just because of how much like accolades. Like Acno, like 6-figure earnings in this game, to the 850 of Dark. But don't let that deceive you. Dark is like he's very, very scary, especially on those gauntlets. We saw so like the consistency on those gauntlet reads as well was just very, very good. Acno has to be ready for that going into this, I think.
Yeah, I'm wondering, will Acno be pushed in this set to have to swap off the Diana, though? I feel like that doesn't happen too often, but could it happen?
I think it could, definitely. Like, I'm talking about like the fact that Acno has that deep character pool, and he has had moments of just pulling out like the most random picks when backed up against a wall. The question is just whether or not, I think for him to do that, it would have to be like Dark to go up like 2-0 or something. I think Acno was confident enough in his picks that like it would have to be really dire for him to have to switch, but it could happen. Like we've seen Dark is looking very strong today as well. I think Dark is more likely to switch if Acno starts like running away with it. But it also could end up just being another set like with Acno and XJ where they just stick with their same picks for the entire set.
True. That's what always interests me about pro players. Like, how do you know when it's your fault or if it's like the matchup?
It's a really hard thing to gauge.
Ooh, it looks like there's a little bit of thought going into this first match on what map they want to choose. Do we want to go Demon Island, Small World's End, no platforms, or do we want that little bit of protection with the platform on Small Fortress?
I like these stages for the Diana especially. I think having that D-Sig on any 3 of these stages, like on Small World's End, it'll just KO super early. Demon Island, having that to cover the wall is lethal. I think the safest bet is Fortress of Wolves here for Dark, but we're going to go to World's End. We're going to look for some early KOs. Again, that 8 strength on the Devil Gin coming through. Not going to use a super start, but we are going to have 2 points of strength invested for the Diana, going up to 7 strength Diana, which we were talking about before. That's scary. That's some early decent KOs.
Yeah, that stat spread is still really good. Makes her a well-rounder that just hits really hard. What Small World's End? It looks like we're going with the bow into the gauntlets. All right, let's see. So far, it looks like Acno was able to just get so much more values. Oh wait, thought we were going to see the Insig come out.
It's bow into bow, and we saw Dark was much less comfortable on this compared to the gauntlets in that previous set. Is going to be able to find a 3-piece onto Acno. Actually spacing out really well here. Acno struggling to make it back. Finds the side air though, just turn it around, and decent bit of damage dealt by Dark off the back of a really rough start. And now Acno cling onto this bow, going to keep the blasters away for the time being.
Oh, those are those gauntlets.
Oh no!
No way! No!
Oh!
That can KO.
He's still going. We're still going. Dude, relax. You guys you can go back to the stage at any point. Acno, options dwindling, manages to make it back to the end of the interaction, both disarmed and still alive.
I am shocked that second neutral air at the top did not KO.
That must have been like a pixel away, surely, right? Like,
Woo! Dark finally able to stop the bleeding just a little bit. Equalizes the stocks, but needs to get some type of like some damage in with these gauntlets. So far, Acno taking the lead with decent momentum as well.
I'm concerned for Dark here because if the bow into the gauntlets is the matchup that's going the best for Acno, that's like worst case scenario, right? Like that's Acno's comfort weapon winning against Dark's comfort weapon and forcing him onto the less comfortable bow. So we may, if Dark isn't able to close out this game, it may be an early swap. Acno, for the time being, sticking with the bow, almost a full stock lead, including damage here. Now it's, yeah, about to lap Dark.
Phew! Yeah, so far, it looks like Dark is just trying to find some way to find an opening on this bow. But Acno spacing very well and doing some nice call-outs, especially with that side air and those down lights. Oh, wait, are we going to get a combo? Dark going for the instinct, trying to catch Acno up high, but Acno maneuvering around it. Gets the recovery, disarming Dark.
Oh, no,
Whoa.
nah.
Is
Okay,
that
he
enough?
lives. Options for dwindling,
Yeah,
go down there
that's
comes
it.
through, and that's going to be it. My goodness, yeah, that's the nail in the coffin.
If
What
I'm
we want
Dark,
to see-
I might some up. Yep.
Yep. Yeah. No, I'm not.
Expected.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him. Like if you're being forced to play more bow than he would like to, and the bow isn't working out in a mirror match, I think Vortex is a very safe pick here. I mean, he's known for Vortex as well. We're gonna go back to Small World's end here, and like, dude, that was just such a fast game, but Dark needs something here, right? Like we aren't seeing the consistency of like the reads that he was hitting onto Cheesy, for example. Like he was so consistent on catching options, and Acno was just mixing up well enough that Dark is just struggling to find purchase and get those extensions that he really needs on the win.
I'm interested to see how the scythe is going to actually work into this matchup. Oh, nice reach coming out from Dark. Nice, good damage as well. Recovery coming back to stage is able to hit Acno. Ooh, nice sidelight. Well, Acno with the GC downlight call out. Trying to go for the D-Sig. Oh, that was scary. That was very close too.
Dark does have the advantage here, though. Catches her with the recovery, not quite going to be enough, but one more will probably do it. Acno now being very hesitant to grab the weapon. Bosses in hand, finds the side air to create space, goes for the risky recovery, but now Sweat Beans falling back down to the ground. Dark can't catch the landing. Sidelight doesn't catch the dodge. Acno once again mixing up the dodges well enough that Dark can't find purchase. All the side air could have been lethal, but Dark falls down with the ground pound. A lot of damage down onto Dark here, though. Acno for certain is going to be very comfortable in trying to equalize up the stocks. Oh, drops the recovery out of the T-Light, though. Second one will come through.
Whew. So far, this match is going. It feels way more faster. It feels like Dark is definitely a lot more confident with his Vortex, just getting in there and just able to find some hits. But Acno playing smart on the wall, able to get some decent damage and also make it back to stage. But Dark, misses the downer and gets hit with the ground pound from the bow. But
Wait, the reversal?
is that enough? Nice. The third was a charm. Let's go.
Dude, this set is already just such a massive pendulum swing, right? Like it's just they're just taking turns having their moments now. Dark is the one holding a good lead here, but Acno, like we said, he gets clutch in these final stocks.
Yeah, it looks like both players are not afraid to go off stage either. It's pretty nice. Oh, catches the GC. Got a nice three-piece in there. Dark holding stage.
Acno's been going for those GC downlights to try and return to the stage quite consistently, and now Dark finally getting the adaptation, punishing it well, but Acno not quite in dire straits just yet. If he can find the right recovery, that will disarm as well. Not going to go for the falling ceremony. We're going to go back, grab the weapon, starve it out from Dark. The side stick is ripped. Acno going to get a bit desperate for the stock here.
Ooh, nice. GC downlight into the recovery. He's going to be able to equalize the stocks. Dark is playing really smart. I noticed how he used the weapon spawn as bait, but oh, nice, amazing recovery as well to get the game. Okay, so it looks like the Vortex swap was the right move from Dark, taking game number 2, making it 1-1 in the set.
Yeah, I think Dark needs to be careful about not getting too overconfident in the Vortex because he's also coming off the back of getting that second stock of a reversal where Akno was like very much in control up until that point, and then he was just forced to play on the back foot. So Dark needs to temper his confidence here, I think. That definitely the Vortex is much more comfortable here than the Devil Jin that we saw.
Indeed. Looks like we're going back to Smart World's in for game number 3. I'm shocked Akno hasn't been hitting too many down sigs in this set, opting not to go for them.
Yeah, I think he's trying to be careful of using it at like the opportune moment and not overusing it. I think like it's kind of like mind games of what he did to XJ, right? Where like he kind of let XJ forget about the threat of the D-Sig, didn't use it for maybe a game or two, and then just ripped it at the perfect moment. Dark, but facing out really well with this side, winning these neutral interactions quite consistently, not getting many extensions, but if you're just winning over and over in small hits, that's still going to rack up damage.
Dark not afraid to go for those sidelights either. Making sure to pressure Akno whenever he can. Goes for the side sig, trying to catch Akno going high, but was a little too late with it. Still just putting all the pressure with the side, so is able to get to the gauntlets. Tries to go for the down, sidelight recovery. That is going to be enough. Great catch from Dark. Taking the lead, and what decent damage as well.
Is down, I'm going to come through. Akno does have the comfortable weapon to try and find an earlier KO here, but Dark getting in close, trying to stuff out, and Blasters doesn't catch the read on the dodge in there, but still, like you said, like even if he's not getting these extensions, he's not catching these reads, he's still just instantly winning these trades.
Yeah, Dark just switching gears in game number 3. Looks like Akno's trying to find a way to make this work. Nice nair. That is going to be enough to KO. Finally equalizing the stocks, but man, this is a decent hole to climb from against Dark if he's playing this consistent and this well. Oh, but that ground, that's huge. Oh, but was not able to get more off of it.
Dark is so good at recovering from these offstage scuffles, though, and that D-Sig is beautiful. Gonna sweep Akno away, and now it's not, once again, not dire yet, but we've seen Dark is able to keep the pace in these late game situations.
Dark trying to make it back to stage. On the wall. Akno, the side air is coming out. Tries to catch the recovery stack, but Dark is able to maneuver around it. Catches the dodge. Was not able to get more, but it's just getting nice damage. Knows he doesn't have to go. He doesn't have to overcommit. He has a decent lead. It's still a stock as well.
Ooh,
oh, nice. Good catches.
Yeah, I think the difference here is that Dark is just taking these smaller trades. Akno's getting a bit overzealous, getting a bit too aggressive, and trying to go for these bigger extensions, which often Dark is able to like sneak out of and punish back. And speaking of punishes, finds the breakdance take Akno down with a 2-stock victory here. Now going up in the set. Do we think we're going to see Akno swapping to a different character? Or do we think it's going to be sticking with the down here?
That's a good question. Game number 2, we saw Dark was the one that decided to make the adjustment and swap. And now it looks like Akno's restarting, actually. Okay. After Akno comes back, I wonder if we're going to see a legend swap, or maybe it was just, maybe he thought it was the game. Who knows? Who knows? But I guess we'll see in a few. But what I do have to say is Dark making this Vortex pick work. Like you said, going for more of the like smaller trades, not going for anything too crazy. And it looks like it paid off, because Akno was not able to get that big moment like he was able to in the other games. So was playing very behind at near the end.
Absolutely, yeah. It's like Akno, he likes these extensions on the diner, especially. Like we've seen that he wants to like set up these opportunities to go for these strings, to go for these off the top KOs, for example. And Dark is just comfortable just sitting back and letting Akno try and get those sneaky plays off, and then just punishing with like simple, safe punishes. And it's working out well. Akno coming back and sticking with the Diana as well. Clearly, he's confident in the character pick. It's just an adaptation or a game issue for him.
And no map change as well. So we're going right back to Smart World's end in game number 4. Well, Akno be able to bring this to a game number 5. I feel like we might see a different change of pace from Akno.
I think like slowing it down here could be a good choice, but he's still going for like these risky trades here, and Dark, for once, actually going to get a good extension, knows that he has that confirmed. Oh,
Nice avoidance. Nice. Going for the down sig, trying to catch Acno. Maybe getting a little too impatient to make it back to stage, but Acno not falling for the bait. Ooh, nice combo. Both players in decent damage, but Acno more so. If Dark is able... Oh, it's disarmed. Goes backstage. Grabs the gauntlets. Dark is really good at KOing with those gauntlets, so Acno has to be wary of. Misses the recovery.
Onto the bow. The bow seems to be struggling a fair bit into this Vortex. I think the Scythe especially was really good for the bow here. Will catch that dash in neutral light to KO Acno, but Dark is very damaged. The question is going to be now, is Dark going to have another game where he starts to run over with damage because Acno just gets too impatient? No, he will not. Acno does manage to catch the stray recovery, finds that stock in a completely even game here. Acno fighting to restore game 5.
Ooh, Acno keeping up the weapon guard. Nice. Now has the blasters in hand. Oh, but Dark finally grabbing onto that Scythe, and that Scythe has been getting so much value. Nice inlights. Smart. Oh, that's smart. All right, Dark trying to get in there, but Acno covering himself with a neutral light from the blasters. Yo, those side lights from Dark are just so well placed. They're just piecing Acno up. But still, game's not too far out of reach for Acno.
Absolutely not. No, does have that bow in hand, which I was saying was struggling a bit into the Scythe. Is finding some stray hits here, though. Damage deceptively close, despite how much it's feeling like Dark is winning these trades. The recovery, though, is going to come through. Acno already had options to win. They used the recovery before the Scythe recovery came through, so that's going to be the stock. Dark with a very good catch there. And now, Acno isn't quite in the same spot where he can just rip a Blaster's recovery and take away the stock, keep it even. Dark knows that. Going to keep the weapon in his favor. Acno still disarmed. Weapon spawns on Dark's head, but is able to grab it out. You have the Blasters into the Scythe once again. Right, he's going to catch the recovery, and that's going to be enough. Acno keeping this game close.
Will we get a game number 5? Can Acno do it? Earlier you said Acno might be one of the most clutches. So let's see. Final stock Acno.
Is a different beast. Also on hand for Dark, which haven't been winning as much in neutral as the Scythe, and I think Dark might know that, but Acno running away with the damage here a little bit, manages to starve out from and denying Dark that Scythe that we know he wants. Blasters gonna get stuffed out by the Gauntlet's neutral light. Oh, Dark getting in close. The damage is so neck and neck here, Zab. He's gonna come through. Acno tries to go for the cooling cider, dodge down, caught with a recovery from Acno, and it's a game. How did he sneak that out?
Wait, what?
I gotta see the replay of that.
Yeah, what? Because I thought Dark threw out recovery there. What, did he go a little over and Acno like fast fell underneath for the recovery? That insane way to clutch that, but hey, we're getting a game number 5. That's huge.
I'm waiting for the replay. I'm waiting to see how that...
Yeah, I'm looking at it too. Let's see. How did that just happen? Oh,
he jumped
nerd.
Dude, that's... I mean, yeah, we were talking about it. Clutch Acno, one final stock and a game 5 secured. And we're swapping on win, I guess, for Acno.
I am super familiar with Acno's Koji, though. That's... But that is interesting, swapping on win. I guess he didn't feel too confident in that victory.
Yeah. I mean, it's not unheard of. It's just not exactly something you often see. And we are going to be opting into more defense. 2 points into defense here for Acno at the sacrifice of the Dex. Which is making him a better chance at surviving against the onslaught that this Vortex has been providing. I think it's interesting because it felt that game as if the Blasters were doing more work than the bow, where we've been seeing him more comfortable in the bow. But I guess he wants the sword here. So far though, Dark still winning these small trades. Small damage lead to Dark here. Feeling so. Only going to hit the second pop bit. Goes for the sidelight. That's very risky. Recovery clashed out as well. Weapon taking some space to return to the stage.
Ooh. Dark trying to make it back to stage. Makes it back with the recovery. Nice spacing to get that sidelight. Swapping to the gauntlets. Ooh. Acno.
Oh, okay.
That would have been huge.
We're crazy for that. We're crazy.
Yeah, doing that in game 5? Ooh, Acno put it all on the line and it did not pay off. Dark with the lead. Nice weapon starve as well. On the scythe. Unarmed against Dark Scythe. I don't know. But Acno able to get a weapon and able to also maneuver around and get that reverse side air.
Oh no, it doesn't find the N-Sig there. That probably would have been enough as well. They're going to come through. Dark dodges through the recovery as well. Managing to find some extra credit here. Acno needs to find a stock soon. The recovery barely not going to be enough. That horrible angle into the top corner. Now Acno looking for something, finds the side air. Still not enough. Dark.
Wow.
Might make it back to the wall. Dodges just enough. One neutral air will do it with Dark. Still finding these stray hits. Ground pound 2. Acno's in trouble. The second ground pound. And damn it, Acno's done.
Dark. Still on that first stock, by the way. I lied. On the second stock. But what an insane lead. Acno has to play out of his mind to come back from this.
Yeah, he can't afford to have these small trades go the way of Dark like they have been for this pretty much ever since the Vortex was picked. So Acno slowing the pace right down here. Doesn't want to go for anything too risky. The neutral light, even though he's going to get punished by the neutral light. Dark is so good at placing these grounded single move punishes onto Acno. Despite how much Acno was trying to be elusive with this bow, Dark taking a damage lead here. It's a worst case scenario for Acno. Needs something special here. Sword now in hand.
Ooh. Dark going for the recovery, trying to catch Acno going high, is unable to. Acno trying to K off the top with the recovery, unable to connect. Nice recovery from Dark. Nice weapon throw from Acno, stuffing out any option that would have came out. Ooh, almost got that dodge caught.
Yeah, that jump away was so good, but now Dark, he can't afford to be trading like this against Dark because now it's just, like, even if Acno takes the stock, it's one well-placed combo or recovery, and Dark knows it. Gonna play aggressive here. Doesn't want to pick up a weapon. Doesn't want to risk losing it. But the recovery comes through, and Dark gets the 2-stock victory against Acno in Game 5.
I feel like we have to have a discussion about it. He swapped own win. Was that the right move? I mean, do we think Dark figured out the game plan completely that he would have to swap?
I don't even think it was necessarily a pick issue. Acno was just way too aggressive at the start of that Game 5. He was putting way too much on the line, and we've been saying how Dark has been just playing this really safe game. He's taking the minimal trades he needs to just win out in neutral. And Acno still is going for these very risky plays, trying to break neutral in ways that Dark is able to just respond well to. And then in the offstage, he just bent it a little bit too hard and then had to play from behind super hard at the end of that game.
I agree. Ah, that was a good set. I'm glad that we went to game number 5, especially with those two players. That was fun. That was a good watch. That was good. That was good. But man, I'm not familiar with Dark at all, so it was very nice to see how the Vortex swap just changed everything going into that second match, to be honest.
Yeah, very, very impressive from Dark. I did not. I expected it to be a good set. I didn't expect Dark to just have that much of a commanding lead over the last few games. Like, Acno, he had his moments, but after that first game, Dark just was in control with that side.
Yeah, very good stage control. It was just insane.
Very, very good indeed. That does mean we are moving on to our final upper semi-finals match, which is going to be Ahmet versus Saphir. Now, we came into today with a certain expectation of how Saphir was going to be playing, right? Like, we know Saphir for the Olgun, for the Axe, for the Grin. And then he just pulled out Tezca and swept Munir after a tough first game. So, Ahmet is a bit of a different beast, but what Saphir was doing was punishing Munir's aggression, and Ahmet is nothing if not like a pretty aggressive player when he starts to build up momentum. So, like, if Saphir can stop that freight train from building up on Ahmet like that momentum, I think this could be actually a very fun set. Although it's not the Tezca that I'm seeing in the lobby.
Yeah, what the fear on the Bodvar? What does he have? What does he have in store for us? What does he know that we don't?
Something, I assume. I mean, his Bodvar is like almost twice the level of his Tezca.
That is true.
So he definitely
Level 50.
has something with the Bodvar, but this is into Ahmet on Petra, who we've seen today already is just. I mean, Ahmet is already a great player. He looked ridiculous against Barmir earlier. It was complete insanity the stuff he was putting off with his character. So Safir has to be careful, I think. And surely he has a plan here on why he's putting up the Bodvar specifically. It's got to be like a player or character specific pick.
I don't know, but I feel like we're going to find out right now in game number 1, going to Demon Island. Ahmet versus Safir. Let's get it.
Hammer
Safir already with the hammer.
Yeah, straight to the hands of Safir. Dangerous angle on down air though.
Yep, nice down air, trying to get the juggle, trying to get the nair, trying to send him back up. But Ahmet getting some great damage in with these gauntlets, with those down airs into the recoveries, but he's finally getting punished with the Sair from Safir. Nice down air again.
I like that Ahmet is like consistently going for these vertical approaches on Safir because like it doesn't have a grounded anti-air. You can get in the air a lot more easily than the opponent goes for like a jump down there, for example, which is much easier to react to, and Ahmet just pinging the orb off the forehead of Bodvar, taking this first stock, and in pretty good shape to try and get some extra credit here too.
Indeed. Let's see how the sword actually like works into this. All right, nice inlight from Safir, going for the side sig, but Ahmet dodging that in time. Oh, miss input perhaps. Also doesn't matter. Ahmet made it back though, and that downlight recovery is not enough to KO just yet on Demon Island at that health. Okay,
nice. This is the Petra too. Like she's not tanky. That DL recovery will do it, but Safir has taken a good chunk again. Opt to stick with the sword. I think that's definitely fair with how like Ahmet was playing really well into the hammer with his first stock. Gonna find the nair into gravity cancel neutralite as well. Safir not opting to back up and grab the weapon, so trying to face out Ahmet with the unarmed. Gonna get back onto the sword, but could be soon to lose it as the endlight comes through. And now Safir, I think that's rough here because I think Safir was trying to prime having the sword ready to like for his next stop, but then just grabs it out of desperation. And desperation is definitely building too, as Ahmet just continuously racking up this damage with the gauntlets, and Safir just can't find an opening.
But Ahmet with those down airs, like you said, challenging him vertically, and it seems like it is working a lot. With Safir making it back on stage, going for the sidelight, trying to catch Ahmet making it back, but was unable to. Got the sidelight, trying to catch an option from Safir, but Safir not falling for the bait just yet. But Safir in KO %, I believe, against this Petra. Oh yeah, definitely now. That inlight sending very far.
Oh, that's another weapon throw snipe, dude. That's 2 KOs with weapon throws. Yup. I mean, like, that's kind of what I was afraid of to start with here from Ahmet. And Safir is confident in the Bodvar, apparently. Just a skin swap is what we're looking at. Same character. You want to ban out? Let's see a ban on Demon Island, which is going to leave Small World Dead open, which I think is honestly slightly more scary with this Petra. I'm just curious, like, what the plan is with the Bodvar, because the sword looked pretty decent, but the hammer just wasn't getting its game plan.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, the hammer against Ahmet is just, I don't know. Ahmet, it feels like people are getting a lot more comfortable into the hammer matchup. And Ahmet definitely is somebody that feels very comfortable. And those down airs, very well placed every time with the nair at the top, just extending the combo, getting so much damage on Safir. Safir already in orange. Game just started. It's been like 20 seconds. Ooh, ground pound close, but gets stuffed out by the recovery. But Safir playing behind. Whoa!
We were talking about that D6 earlier on how it's been buffed, but it's only good if you hit it. Safir has done a chunk of damage to Ahmet, but still, yep, sidelight set, not quite going to be enough. Ahmet going to go down, drop down to send him up with the recovery off the top. Probably going to stick with the gauntlets here. Yep, there it is, Safir.
Those gauntlets have
some kind of answer back.
Indeed. Those gauntlets have been getting so much build up and damage, especially with those down airs.
Dude.
Double recovery. Still extended, goes for the recovery, but gets hit by the sword. Saphir making it back, but Saphir is still playing very behind. I wonder if we might see that Tesca come out for game number 3.
I think it's possible, but it feels like Saphir's playing like very specific characters to counter what he's up against. But I mean, for that reason, you'd think that like after that first game, he'd pick something else with like how much he's trying to counter pick. But he's clearly confident in some aspect of his board. But I think the sword is definitely working better than the hammer. Maybe you see like a different sword character come out, but so far, still just playing from behind. Is catching a good bit with this sword, but still Ahmet has the room to breathe. Recovery going to come through, and that's going to be the stock. And now Ahmet full stock up over Saphir, who, again, this sword, it's getting its moments, but just always at like the last possible second where he's already so damaged and just about to lose the stock. Okay.
Ooh, nice nair into the Sarah from Saphir. Good damage. Nice recovery, reversing it, just so he can throw him right back off stage, but was not able to get anything more off of that. Ahmet with the gauntlets. We've seen these gauntlets. Ooh. The pressure with those sidelights, keeping Saphir up in the air, just able to get so much more damage, extending the combos.
Uh-oh.
Nice.
That's recovery bond as well. Sweat Beach is going to fall down. Going too aggressive to try and find that scoop, and now I'm worried. I'm very, very worried. We're going to see... Ooh, I
think we need to discuss it.
I was worried that Saphir getting a moment of damage in with that hammer was going to make him think that, yeah, I can stick with the void bar, and that's apparently the case now, as Saphir sticking with his void bar going into game 3. And like there are moments, there are definitely moments, and he was even chase dodging down towards Ahmet where he had that stage advantage with the hammer, but it's just these early games are like in favor for Ahmet here.
Indeed. I believe this is also like 2 games in a row that there was a 2-stock lead. So I'm not sure what Saphir sees in this Bodvar, but...
get that out of here. Get that out of here.
I don't need this. Yeah, Ahmed really good with both weapons, so I mean, it doesn't really matter. Just...
Goodbye.
Very smart from Ahmet, realizing Saphir had no options, so just decides to send him right back down. Can't make it back up. Insane lead, by the way.
Yeah,
Whoa.
Full stop already. Not going to try and chase with a recovery off that neutral air. Another one. But like, Saphir just isn't, he's not finding the stomps, he's not finding the engages with his hammer. Or as I say it, he gets the stomps there. That's just cursed as usual. First in front of the stair, create space. Isn't able to, goes for the TC again. Like... Stomp side right as well, good optimization. The stomp's there. Like the hammer, it's finding some purchase, and the side air as well. Its stocks are even up, but I don't know how much faith I have.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to who's more consistent, and throughout the whole set, it's just been Ahmed. So I mean, we're getting some nice damage in with the sword. Nice, good side air. No, clipping him with the edge of that, but yeah, that's the stock right there. Nice ground pound from Ahmed. Unfortunate that side air dropped.
It was looking good, and then just a really unfortunate series of events. The dodge caught with the neutral just gives Ahmed that ground pound for free. Neutralize. Okay, Saphir, he's finding some good trades here, and if he can take the stock of Ahmed, there's a game on our hand where the ground pound's going to punish. Saphir could be in trouble now. Needed to try and find the stock sooner than this. Is now damage building up, already approaching the red. Dash up there, gonna give him the space on the stage. Weapon throw down, but can't find anything to follow. Goes for the breakdance for the ground pound of Ahmed. That's gonna be the game.
Why?
I don't know.
Another 2-stock. I think each match in the set has been a 2-stock.
Yeah,
Ahmed taking in a 3-0. I'm shocked.
That is rough. We saw some real promise from Saphir against Luna, and then just couldn't find an answer to Ahmed.
Yeah, that Bodvar pick was very interesting.
It was a curious one, yeah. I mean, like, again, there were moments. This game especially was, like, the closest, but then Saphir, I fear that, like, every time Saphir started to find some like way into the game, he'd take that a little too far and start trying to run with it, and then Ahmet would just punish so hard in response. Especially these offstage. Like Saphir would find some like neutral wins, he'd find some stray hits, get stage control, and then just go too deep and get like Ahmet's offstage is just so lethal.
I wish I could see how many times Ahmet hit that down air like combo, because there was so many moments where Ahmet was just catching the down air, extending combos, and just it was kind of crazy how often it worked into that matchup there, especially when he was on hammer.
Yeah, I like we even saw him just toss away the hammer in that game 3, which just makes me wonder like what is the game plan, because he wanted to stick with the Bodvar, but he clearly knows that hammer wasn't the play there.
Man, I don't think we've seen how many SIGs did he use? I don't remember a single Bodvar SIG except for the down SIGs.
Yeah, it's like missed. 2 hammer D6, and I think that was it for the entire set. So it's an interesting one. It's an interesting one. But Saphir obviously not out. Once again, this is a double elimination bracket, so going to be going down to the lower side to continue playing. But that does mean we have our upper final confirmed, and it's Dark versus Ahmet. So Dark making a very deep run.
Ooh, that's not a match that anyone wants to miss. I don't want to miss it.
But unfortunately, we won't be the ones to cast it, as that will be the end of our block. We've had some fantastic matches today. There's some really big swings, a number of game 5s and some 3-0s. Very, very fun to watch, but that's far from the end of the action here at Galaxy Cup Vortex, as we have more matches coming up and a fresh set of casters waiting in the rings. So is there anything left to say to people at home?
All I have to say is this is my first time casting Galaxy Cup, so I'm glad. Thank you so much, Spacetronics, and I am also very happy that I was able to cast with Hackle. I feel like I had a great time.
It's been a blast, bro. It's been a blast. Yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a very short break, getting some new casters in to bless your ears for some more Galaxy Cup action. Stay tuned.
A broken mirror shatters on the floor, and the reflection is the life we had before. And I don't recognize you anymore. Not anymore. Screaming to the night, maybe I deserve it. I don't wanna fight, it's no longer worth it. And if we make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's orbit tonight. We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more. So baby, let's orbit tonight. Let me get funky. Let's lose our mind. Let me get funky.
Welcome back, everyone, back to the Galaxy Cup Vortex EU 1v1 tournament. I am MJ. I'm joined here by my co-caster Ava. How you doing?
Yo, I'm feeling great, NJ. Been chilling, watching a couple of the matches. I don't know if you were here to witness what happened in the upper bracket, but god damn, that Acno and Adio Dark set, unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, I was a little bit busy, so I didn't get wasn't able to quite see it, but I did see that first game. And Acno pulling out his Diana special with that D6. It's we're going into some crazy games right now. We have a demonic lower bracket, starting off with Munir versus Shira, and then we're going to be going into Marker versus XJ. And then both of the winners of those two sets have to play against Acno and Saphir. We're doing this at the earliest stage of top 8. This is so many high caliber players that we're going to be seeing so early that I truly don't know how some of these games are going to go.
Yeah, genuinely, some heavy hitters down here in the lower bracket, but that's how it is with these tournaments. So many good players, only so many spots in the winner's bracket. So some of them have to go down here into the lower side, but do not fret because they still have a long way to go. Acno in particular, just as I was saying, just got knocked down by Adio Dark. He's known to be a lower bracket demon, so whoever wins this next set, Munir and Shira, they have a hell of a match coming up after that. But for now, tell me a little bit about these players. I know I heard you weren't too familiar with Shira, but what do you know about Munir? What can you tell me?
So Munir, we all know he is one of the most storied EU players of all time. He shows up to so many lands and he's there to take down the kings. He's sort of this gatekeeper player that the community is kind of heralded as one of those people that you need to beat if you need to be or if you want to be up at the top. So for Shira, this seems absolutely like an uphill battle, but Shira is a relatively new up-and-comer who's been placing decently high in a lot of the tournaments he's been entering as of recent. So right now we're getting into the game onto Small World's End, and Munir is on the VV, the Mega Man pick, and we're seeing Shira is just all over him with these Katars so far, already deep into the red and catching every dodge. Just the recovery to finish off the stock. Munir is going to drop his super early.
Yeah, that's a rough start. Not what you want to see, but blasters in hands, and he's doing work with him. Getting that damage right back over for Shira, but not as confident in the offstage play. Doesn't matter though, catches the D-Light, catches the recovery, even up right as rain now when you're looking to keep it going with the blasters.
Yeah, what a good recovery in the damage lead, but right now it seems like this game is just a game of one side because Shira with the Katars yet again is just all over Munir. Every time we see these weapons come out, we're seeing lots of damage come through, but the blasters for Munir so far have been good, and he will be keeping this damage relatively equal. The side sig off the side of the map, not quite enough to get the knockout. He goes for a Hail Mary of D-Sig with the boots, but Shira grabbing the gauntlets, looking for this knockout move. Both getting deep into the red here. Small World's End. We know how small this border can be, and it's a simple dare bounce off the wall to bring down Shira to his last stock.
Damn, blow for blow, hit for hit, but this second stock has been eventful, NJ. A lot of damage traded back and forth, but the stock is not extended by Munir. He doesn't find any extra damage. Shira, that's exactly what you want in this kind of situation. Now, he gets the Katars, he gets to build up that damage like he did in stock number 1.
Yeah, these blasters so far have been good for Munir. He is able to catch a dodge really quickly, and Shira going for a massive read with the Enzig, not going to find it, and will get punished twice off of it. Munir so far keeping the damage pretty equal, but Shira losing out on the advantage. Munir does have the trouble of having to get back onto the stage, and so far he has not been able to find the stability, find the positioning, his footing onto the stage, but it is a GC D-Light recovery into the air. He's so smooth with it, and that is going to be Munir taking this first game against Shira.
Lovely little pickup there on the GCD light. Love how he looks for it in the air as well, a little bit elevated so that he doesn't, so that he's a little bit closer to that KO box up at the top. But I want to point out the damage. We didn't get to see it because we're going straight into game number 2, but it was one off, 492 to 491. These guys are neck and neck, NJ.
Yeah, the way that they're able to keep this game so close, even with the first stocks kind of being a blowout from either side, still being able to equalize and being able to stabilize into this positioning is exactly what we see from a high caliber player like this. And right now we're seeing both of them not afraid to go off stage, trading blows, throwing each other down, but Shira able to come out on top with the damage, going yet again for these Enzig reads, but they're not connecting quite as well as he'd like. And Munir is able to find the punish, but so far Shira has been putting the pause on with these gauntlets, but again with the D-Light into a nair, into another recovery to take the stock, robbing Shira of his first stock so early.
Yet again, it's a GC pickup up high in the air that leads to a recovery KO. Different weapon, same outcome. And now Munir once again looking to extend the stock, but Shura will not let him. 32 damage is all that he gets. And he's back on the Katars to build it up himself.
Yeah, so far the center of the stage has been important, but Munir has been doing so well in the sky. Look at him again, catching him with the double nair. He's getting another recovery, and the nair is so close to taking the knockout super early. Munir didn't get his dodge caught, but Shira gets the wrong read on the wrong direction, goes a little wide, and gets punished by a blaster side sig, and Munir is looking pretty on this second stock, sending Shira down to his last.
Oh my goodness, not a... Oh, that could have KO'd. A nair there maybe could have KO'd if he decided to go for the follow-up. Disarmed now. Shira on the gauntlets looking for any sort of way back into the stock. Finds the recovery off the sidelight. And he has a snowball's chance in hell right now to get back into this game number 2, because if he goes down 2-0, it's going to be a rough recovery for him, AJ.
Yeah, and speaking of rough recoveries, Munir has brought out the blasters. We know how efficient he has been with these damage leads and with these knockout options. Goes for another GC into the D-Light. That will give Shira the opportunity to go all the way down, but he misses out on the opportunity and bleeds enough options, and it will be Munir to secure the game off of a SD from Shira. That is 2-0 in the lead of Munir, and man, what a... It's a solid lead, right? We're seeing so many great options come out from the side of Munir, and Shira so far has been able to answer, but not just quite enough. And Munir is looking heavy in this lead so far. Going into game 3, going into match point in the favor of Munir, Shira really needs to rein it in if he wants to be able to continue this run.
He's got to find those decisive hits at high percentages, high damage numbers, but he's just not managing here. This Caspian notoriously weak at KOing, and the start is nothing to write home about either. Munir starting off with a little bit of a damage lead here, trying to keep back, but these blasters are just so damn good at keeping him at bay, spacing him out. GCD like barely doesn't connect. Now a chance for Shira to strike back.
So far, the side sig able to bring Munir over to the other side, not quite able to find the KO, but Munir deep into the red bull. This equal stage, but the GC sidelight into the recovery. Munir is going to be the one to drop the first stock. it is a case where Shira is one hit away, and it will be the end sig. Not quite
No.
to find the knockout, but the boots have been good from Munir so far. Shira able to find the dodge, but not able to quite extend off of it as much as he wanted to, and because he burned both recoveries on that dodge read, he does not have the options to get back, and will be Munir and Shira down to their second stock.
Alrighty. A little bit more control here. Munir still getting a lot of damage in, but Shira is at least managing to answer back in kind. Isa gets punished, but not by much now. It's just fighting in this neutral space now. Shira seemingly getting the better of him, staying on top of what he's got. He's doing a great job at not letting Munir keep his spacing, keep that distance that the blaster so desperately needs to make them work.
Yeah, so far Shira has been so well at getting into Munir's space, but it's yet another delay into the recovery. Munir is finding so many of these good spaces just above the stage to rob these stocks so early, and Shira is down to his final stock of what could possibly be his tournament run, and Munir is not looking to let this up. He's hitting every aerial move with these blasters. Shira going for a little bit of a Hail Mary onto the ground pound. Munir able to pick up the weapon and grab the exhausting recovery to give him more options, but he lands directly into the Qatar's end sig to bring him down to his final stock. But Shira has taken nearly 100 damage on this. He needs to play perfectly if he wants to go into a game 4.
Yeah, it's a repeat of game number 3 here. Shira had to look for some sort of Hail Mary with a ground pound in that one. Let's see how he's gonna make it out of this situation. He's not, is the answer. Munir with the side sig picks up the KO and picks up a swift 3-0 to move on in the lower side of the bracket. Shira, nice seeing you, but you're out.
I wanted to go for a bold pick, saying that maybe this is Shira's run. Maybe this is his time to take over Munir and get up to maybe even a third place slot in this tournament. But we're seeing the caliber of player that Munir is. He is not letting this go without a breath. 3-0 in the favor of Munir, and he will be moving on into the slower bracket run, but he needs to face Acno next. But in that time, we're going to be giving them a little bit of break, because we're going to be moving over to our next match of Marker versus XJ. XJ Cool J.
XJ Cool J. That's a name I feel like I haven't heard in a little bit. I've not been quite so active in the bro scene lately, but XJ Cool J has been known to make top 8s, though a little bit more sparsely compared to some of these mainstay players, you know, think Ahmed, think Acno, think, you know, Munir, who we just saw. So I'm curious how he's gonna, you know, square up to the phenomenon you would say that is Marker, because this guy is, yeah, just nothing.
Yeah.
If not aggressive. Such an aggro player, yeah.
We're seeing a lot of Diana coming out from these players. Marker running the extra attack build as well. We're going to be seeing a lot of heavy hits, but XJ, as of recent, I believe, if I'm not getting this wrong, he's been playing under the name Chomsa, and we've been seeing him in a lot of these recent tournaments, but he's gone back to the name XJ, so we will be seeing one of these like veterans of the game go up against Marker, who's been around for, honestly, I don't even know how long. It's been a couple years, but we've seen him trying to compete and being near the top in this EU space. So a definite interesting matchup against these playstyles. Marker being this hyper aggressive, and XJ being a, what I view as a more like stable map control based player. So I really want to see how these two are going to shake up here.
Yeah, it's curious to me how he's got to do that on this Sasori pick, Asaka Tano, the Star Wars crossover coming out, but it's got to be that sword, got to be those Katars, and they're not weapons typically known for controlling space. They're more so the kind of weapons that you would expect from a playstyle like Markers, and yet, you know, they're in the hands of this more controlled player, XJ. On that super stance, on the strength. Then we're looking to a little bit more damage, as is Marker for that matter. And we're going to small forces of wolves now with a Vortex takeover. over here on the Forces of Lions.
So far, both players able to pick up their weapons, both finding their control. Marker finding a dodge read and getting the NC conversion off of it, and XJ is just going to bleed out the options. And Marker with a simple Sair to bring him down, not going to be able to find his way back to the stage. XJ is sent down to a second stock with Marker barely even being touched. Pulling out the bow, able to weapon starve, bringing out the blasters yet again will be XJ to bring out the Katars, try to find this early space, try to find this like close quarters combat area so that he can capitalize off the range difference for Marker. But Marker right now is playing so beautifully around the space the Katars want to control. XJ is having trouble trying to find any sort of in to this game right now.
Yeah, and you can see Marker's out for blood, 80 damage, 100 damage, already going for those light recoveries, not quite connecting. Miss input on that second one, but no resources available. GC and 6 stuffed out by the Dare, and the 2-stock lead for Marker in game number 1.
We're seeing 2 stocks now, down to XJ getting so close to the wall, but Marker being very good with these aerial attacks to just take down that last option. And look at this, the triple recovery. What is that?
Oh no!
We'll be grabbing him with the bow D-Sig as well. XJ so far is getting dominated in this. Marker still has not lost a stock, and he is not looking to slow down anytime soon. The double ground pound, and that is Marker 3-stocking XJ on the small Fortress of Wolves. That is game 1 going decisively in the favor of the Diana.
Clinical from Marker, if I do say so myself. He's just a player in a higher class, and we can see that XJ, he's gonna have to level up his game if he wants to keep up with this behemoth of a player that we see as Marker. But I don't know, what's the adaptation? What does he need to do here, Hendry?
Yeah, so far I was gonna say more about finding this space with the Katars, finding a more accuracy even. Marker is doing such a good job at controlling the space around him, but we will be seeing XJ stay on the Star Wars collabs, but he will be moving over to the Mandalorian, that Ada crossover. So hopefully the spear, given a little bit more range, will allow XJ to stuff out some of these options, some of these reactions for Marker, because at that entire game he was struggling to even land a hit against this Diana. So anything to give him, maybe he wants to play more for the range. He is going for that defensive stance to bring his stats back to an equal stance. So we're gonna see how the spear works.
Yeah, I am honestly very optimistic about the switch up, but all is well and well, and XJ Kuja is going to be trying to make that happen here as a D-Sig off for rip catches Marker off guard. Looking to build up the damage now, the blasters versus the bow. And it's XJ to come out on top currently. He's doing such a great job maneuvering. Those blasters really did give him that little bit of extra reach that he couldn't quite make up for on the Katars.
So far, starting off much stronger than the last game. XJ almost getting to the damage that he was at the entirety of it, but Marker is not letting this go quite yet. The blaster's pickup has been so good. He's been so accurate with these hits, and so far XJ has lost this tentative lead that he's been able to take control of. Picking up the spear, he is going to be looking for some of these final moves, but getting caught by the final hit of the D-Light into a Sair, and that's enough to take down the stock. Even with that early lead, XJ is sent down to a second in yet another D-Sig.
Alright, a little bit of conditioning coming out early on. They're gonna bounce off the platform, maybe unexpected for AJ, who's looking for him to go a little bit further down. But he finds another Dare off the side of the stage, but not quite the side there. Marker manages to avoid it with some good bits of movement there. Picks up the spear now, and it's such a hard stock to take. Marker is just so damn elusive. He knows exactly which KO options XJ wants to go for, and he's weaving in between them perfectly. Catches the recovery as well, and he's looking for all of these big hits. It's like he's unfazed at being 200 damage, NJ.
Yeah, but evasive or not, that D-Sig has connected now 3 times in a row and will be the move to bring him down to a second. But what a beautiful set of maneuvering from Marker, able to extend that stock so much and bring that lead up to a near 100 damage difference. It will be the Blaster's Ditto. XJ trying to find his way into some of these spots, but it will be a Sair on the opposite direction to go a little bit wide. Not going to punch that GC either. Right now, Marker is just playing with the full lead, even in the pacing right now. The recovery in response to the whiff nair will be Marker getting this
nice
very deep advantage. But wow, what a high recovery to catch.
Yep.
That is XJ turning it around, keeping the second stock. That's a really good find.
It's a key trick you need to learn if you want to play the Blasters, getting those high recoveries, getting those GC lights that we saw Moonier going for in the last set as well. But that stock lead dissipates as quickly as it appears, though a decent chunk of damage built up. The spear has not been favorable for XJ here. He hasn't been able to do much with it, and in the final hours of this game number 2, will he be able to make it work?
Yeah, and so far it's looking scary on the side of XJ. Marker is so accurate with some of these aerial moves. The bow is just putting slight chip damage onto him every interaction. It's a nair, it's a Sair, it's a ground pound even. XJ pulling out the blasters, he's been much stronger onto them as far as this game has gone. Not going to find the recovery up high. He will drift inwards, and that will give Marker the opportunity to land it unarmed and get the weapon grab. So we're going deep into the red here, both getting close to these knockout percentages where you want to see a heavy move to finish out the game. But XJ so far able to find the GCD light, not going to go for a recovery. He instead opts for the Sair to bring him off the stage. But Marker is so good with these aerial moves off the stage. He will miss the Sair, however, and it will be XJ catching a late recovery hit into a Sair, and that's XJ bringing this game forward off of a very, very close interaction off the bottom corner. What a recovery.
And you could feel the desperation there. He wanted it with all his being. Hurt Animal backed into a corner, but he managed to claw his way out of that one somehow, some way. XJ Kuj keeping the set even, making this interesting. 3-0 set denied for Marker, but will he be able to clap back in this next one?
Yeah, so far the blasters from XJ seems like the perfect pivot in his favor. He's been much stronger on the blasters. The spear is going a little quiet right now. I want to see a bit more because Marker has shown the strength on both of his weapons. The blaster has been so good at securing some of these stocks, and the bow has just putting so much damage onto the board. XJ right now is in full reliance of it, but reliance regardless, he will be putting up some good damage with it.
Yeah, and once again, you see that bow firing back, goes for the ground pound, hard committal there from Marker. Not gonna find its mark, but irregardless, the old stage engagement continues and the NSIG punished. XJ Kuj once again starts off at a disadvantage, but no position that he's unfamiliar to.
I do want to point out, Marker has been so good off of this wall. All of these dares and Sairs that are going off the end of the stage, like, he's been so accurate, and XJ has not found his way around getting into some of these edge guard situations, save for that last interaction on the last game. But XJ, with these signatures, he's been connecting nearly every one. I think he's like 4 for 5 on the blaster's down sig and 2 for 2 on the spear's side. Will be Marker dropping down his second stock, but Marker, the light attack him with this bow. He's not letting XJ recover into that chase dodge, into a turnaround. He's going to pick him right up and carry him over to the other side of the stage, and that's a quick stock in the favor of Marker.
Off stage, on stage, this guy is relentless. XJ Kuj once again back against the wall. Last stock in this game number 3, and he's vying to keep himself in the advantage, to earn that advantage for the first time in the set. But 2 stocks of Marker to go through, and it's a rough one to get through now. The spear finally doing a little bit of work. He's been landing those signatures, but now the light attacks and just the base kit of the weapon is coming out to play. Not finding the GCD light would have been a big pickup for him. would have meant the KO, but Marker still keeping it up in this one.
Yeah, so far the bow has been so beautiful, and we're seeing a little bit of a flub here that is XJ going a bit too far off the stage and bleeding out so many options. Not even the GC Nsig is going to be able to save him, and Marker stalling out the time with the GC Nsig just to wait for XJ to fall off the stage. That will be Marker taking this third game into a 2-1 lead and pushing him to mat point in a unexpected manner. I'm not quite sure how there's a recovery in this right now, because XJ has been, that last game XJ kind of stole off of such a close lead, and just throwing away this third game like that surely has to be damaging to the ideals, the play set on the side of XJ. So he's got to be nearly perfect to be able to recover in this match if he does not want to be eliminated from this tournament. But Marker is sitting pretty in the advantage right now.
On the other hand, XJ has been finding the adaptations. He's finally been finding his groove, his mark with the spear. And I don't know if he can continue those adaptations a little bit longer, extend them, get that download onto Marker. He might have a chance in this one to come right back into it. The blasters once again in hand, and the onstage is really where he's getting most of his damage, most of his breadwinnings. But Marker right now seems to be dominating. Even that GCD pickup sends him all the way across to the left and into his demise.
What a beautiful choice from Marker as well, catching that platform landing just barely off the platform as well, so that it's harder for XJ to read his movement. The side sig will connect for XJ though, but that will not be the KO, and that gives Marker the opportunity to build up just a little bit more damage. D-Sig goes a little bit wide, but going unpunished. The D-Light will be found off of the second D-Sig, however. The bow able to be picked up. He's priming it for the next stock as well. He knows that XJ is going to find a knockout move anytime soon. So right now he is looking for damage, but he's given the opportunity to go even more for damage. He goes for a Hail Mary of a ground pound off the side of the wall, but not going to connect, and that will be a punish.
Oh no!
But he does find a GC Nsig, and that's XJ getting tossed down to the bottom, and he doesn't have anything to bring himself back to the wall. That is 3 stocks to 1 in the favor of Marker while he is on match point. XJ has a mountain to climb if he wants to be able to continue his run.
And it's got to be that offstage adaptation. On stage they're even, but the moment that he gets over towards that wall, Marker is the king. He is dominant here. He's hitting that down air. He's looking for an extension. XJ, he's 80 damage in, not even that damaged, but he's looking for the KO already. Doesn't find the down sig. And XJ still maintaining it, still keeping a hold onto the stock, looking for those damage extensions, but he has so much health to chew through. Marker barely in the orange in this stock number 2.
Yeah, XJ right now heating up the blasters. If it's any time, it should be now. He has been able to go so far in this little conversion so flawless, but he does throw away the blasters in favor of the spear in order to starve Marker from this weapon. The downside going wide yet again. He's not going to be able to find the landing, and that gives Marker the opportunity to pick up the blasters. The Sair is good, not going to be able to find the knockout, and he drifts off for a recovery. Marker is so deep into the red, but none of these hits are taking down the game, and Marker has bled so much damage onto XJ. XJ is 171. He just needs one good Sair, and Marker will be taking this game home. XJ backed into a corner, deep on the damage into Marker, but he has a full other stock to go through. The Sair will finish it off, but XJ is at a crisp 200 damage. This is a near impossible task, and it will be the D-Light into a recovery with the bow, and Marker is going to be moving forward into the bracket. That is a 3-1 win on the side of our Diana of the lower bracket.
Yeah, not to say it wasn't expected, but damn, Marker came in the higher PR player, and he proved why that's the case. This guy is not giving up his spot that easily. He's going forward. He's gonna fight Saphir, but It's Acno and Moonir to be our next set. And Space, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're going to a break. Stay right there. We're not going anywhere.
We're gonna be back here shortly, just to run some ads so you don't have to watch them in the middle of the game. We'll see you here in a minute.
And here we are again. My name's Eva. I'm joined by the wonderful NJ, and we are bringing you more Galaxy Cup Vortex action. It's EU 1v1s today, and we just saw XJ Kuj get dismantled by Marker in not a 3-0 to the let's give him that what credit is due, but a 3-1 and the dominant one at that, NJ.
Yeah, thank you, Eva. It has been a so far a pretty one-sided lower bracket in the side of Moonir, taking such a decisive game over Shira, and in the game Marker versus XJ, while XJ did secure one game in his favor, it seemed like Marker was in the advantage the entire time. So we're gonna be seeing yet another Diana in the Acno versus Moonir. This is for top 5.
Yeah.
This is not a matchup that we should be seeing anywhere outside of the top 3. I feel the fact that this is elimination between these two is tragic, but it goes to show the strength of our upper bracket. So honestly, who do you think is taking it?
I mean, if you know me, you know I am the number one Acno fan in the room wherever I am present. But you can never really tell. These guys have faced each other off, what, 20-ish times? And Acno tends to be the favorite, 11-8 in terms of matches in the past 19. But on any given day, either of these guys can just run away and take it. And starting off, we got small worlds and volatile maps, small KO boxes, small stage. Could go either way. I cannot tell you, NJ.
Yeah, if Munir can channel that energy he was feeling against Shira and find some of these aerial GCD lights against Acno, this game could go in his favor. But I think I'm falling for the Acno propaganda, because look at that, the D-Sig off the side of the map onto a GC as well. Hard to read the movement. Munir is keeping the damage equal. He's putting in so much effort, it seems, than Acno. Acno just needs to hit him a couple times and it's so much of a damage lead. The triple Sayer not gonna be able to grab the knockout, is gonna be a misplace onto the GC, but he picks up the blasters and hits him with a cannon over to the side. The side sig will secure the stock, and that is Munir going down to a second.
Gosh, it feels almost disrespectful when you're getting hit by those bow aerials on repeat. But Acno wanting to keep up the streak. Munir trying to close it out, but those battle boots do not pack a punch unless you hit a big move like the recovery or a sig. You're not going to be KOing until like 200 something damage. The blasters though get the job done. And now Munir in a position to try and get something going here, but Acno picks up a pair of blasters of his own now.
Yeah, so far the blasters ditto has been a little bit sensitive. Acno not being able to be hit too much, and he stuffs out the N-Sig with a weapon throw, finding a recovery, not quite enough to finish off the stock, and goes for a wide N-Sig. Munir gets the punish, picks up another set of blasters, and immediately gets caught in the air with the recovery. Acno is keeping the stock lead in his favor. Pulling out the bow yet again, we've seen how strong he can be and how accurate he can be with some of these aerials, and so far the boots interactions have not been going in favor of Munir. Acno has been so good with this bow, able to bring him up to equalized damage even with the full stock in his favor, and he catches the landing as well.
Woo!
But Munir with an N-Light catch in the air, what a turnaround.
Yeah, big pickup there, but the damage may be too far gone at this point. Acno picks up the D-Light. Munir, yeah, can't get away from that sort of misstep. Anytime you make that mistake, Acno's right there, ready to pounce on it, and the Diana manages to close it out. But I'm really impressed at how Acno's been able to turn around these recoveries and put them in his favor. Munir in that last set, pardon, against Shira, was utilizing the recovery to an incredible degree every single time. Every single stock, it felt like he was closing out with a GC D-Light recovery somewhere up in the air at what, like 100 damage. And Acno being able to do that to him back, this is going to be a rough set if Munir lets him keep getting over with it.
She said, "Move away, Munir. This is Acno's airspace." Acno has been so good at securing some of these aerial movements. It's so good, in fact, that we're seeing Munir swap onto what seems to be his comfort pick for years at this point. He is rocking the Tesca again. We're going to be seeing the gauntlets come out. He's opting to keep the boots, and I feel like we've seen them play this exact matchup so many times.
Yep, and there it is, N-Sig off rip off the side of the stage, not quite finding the KO off of it, but a nice little bit of damage, and these gauntlets have been serving a lot of players well. Ahmed is in this tournament in the winner's bracket. Adio Dark, who took down Acno and sent him to the lower side, and Munir looking to make use of them as well. Acno had a tough time in the upper semis dealing with Adio Dark's gauntlets, and Munir seems to be putting up just as much of a fight with them. Takes the first stock.
Gauntlets putting the pause on Acno. The amount of damage that Munir is able to dish out with some of these interactions, even catching some of these signatures off the stage and trying to bring out as much momentum as possible. Acno has been he's been able to bring Munir deep into the damage, and what a ground. I was not expecting that to hit.
He knows his hitboxes.
Yeah, the barely Munir barely dropped off of that D-Sig. I'm so surprised that That's shocking me a little, but that will be Agno taking Munir's first stock and bringing this to a pretty equal game.
Yeah, you love to see it. And another end sig from Munir. He's been using these gauntlet sigs so damn well. Finds another little kick with the battle boots, but Agno's disarmed, so he's gonna be a little bit more cautious up until he can get those blasters. And a miss once again. You cannot be going for those. You cannot be whiffing those specifically into Agno. Back on the bow, looking to build up the damage.
Agno sees a missed move, and it's like a shark with blood in the water. He sees that, and he sees his opportunity with a crisp D-Light into a recovery. Agno so far will be getting tossed around with these gauntlets and will be a Sarah into the wall to bounce him down to hell. And that is Agno sent down to his final stock, while Munir opting for the boots. He's going for some of these long string connections, and he is finding it. The GC D-Light yet again at the top of the stage. Agno not quite damaged enough to be able to be knocked out by it, but it will be Munir with the advantage so far in this final stock.
Gosh, anytime I see one of these GCs at the top of the stage, my heart stops. And so does Agnos, as Munir finds an incredible turnaround with the GC sidelight recovery on the gauntlets.
We're seeing such a competitive game. Both of these players are doing so well at turning around these aerial interactions. Munir able to find a GC sidelight with those gauntlets. What a beautiful turnaround here. That is the second time that he's been up at the top of the stage sent by Agno, and Agno goes to secure it, and he gets succinctly punished by it. What a turnaround in the favor of Munir. That will be a game going towards him, and we will be changing up the map, keeping the same legends. We're going over to Demon Island. We're taking away these smaller borders. We're taking away the ability for these stocks to be robbed so early. And we will be going on to a more stage control favored map.
Yep, and there it is again. Agno picks up the recovery, but not enough damage built up every single time. It's these aerial battles. It's like we're not even watching Brawlhalla anymore. This is War Thunder at this point.
We are looking at Ace Combat dogfights right now in the air. Both of these players burning so many GCs to find these picks, and Agno so far is getting touched. The options almost stuffed out. Munir almost able to find the second end sig to be able to bring him down. It will be a GC D-Light recovery. This is his staple of this tournament so far. He's taken so many stocks in this manner, this time with the gauntlets.
Yep, the consistency on that spacing is incredible. And Agno, a little bit of a dangerous spot, but he has health to work with. Those hits not hitting so hard, not sending so far just yet. And he's using that space and that safety net to be a little bit more aggressive in his approaches, finds those punishes, finds those hits, and takes the stock right back. Now, looking for a little bit of an extension with this bow. I'd love to see him go for a couple of those gimmicks, those GCD6, those ground pounds off the right side. This Demon Island wall not providing much refuge, and I think Agno could have used that.
Yeah, and speaking of the way that Agno is playing, he is putting so much damage on the board. Munir so far has not found an end to the second stock, and just as he's able to pick up a weapon for what seems like the first time in ages, he gets hit by a fighter jet move. That those blasters side sig is so heavy. It sent Munir immediately to the side and just stole his stock away from him. Munir is now down to his final, and it will be Agno with the bow. It's his trademark. The D-Sig at the corner. Munir thrown into a disadvantage, but Agno lets him get back onto the stage in favor of picking up a weapon. He knows he's deep in the advantage. He doesn't need to play this risky. He just needs to find his secure.
Yep, classic on Diana body sig, but it's the blasters in hand now. 2 stocks for Agno, so doesn't have to worry too much about closing it out here and now, but we'll find the punish nonetheless. A similar situation with Endlight on the battle boots, and a 2-game lead now for him. I think he's in a good position to close this out right now. Munir, I don't think has found quite the pressure that Audio Dark has been able to put out on the gauntlets.
Yeah, so far it seems like Munir, the way that he's been able to take these leads, the way he's been able to take a game, is from working off of the moves that Akno gives him and being able to turn around that pressure. But if Akno is playing to the caliber that we know he can, he's not giving up so many mistakes. He's not giving up so many opportunities, and Munir has to dig deep to find any sort of way to get back into the game. And so far, Akno has just been in full control.
Yep, it's the small fortress of wolves, the former home of Diana, and the Monster Hunter looking to do her due diligence once more, is putting out a ton of damage. 150 already onto Munir, and the KO perhaps close in sight, but he's doing well avoiding all of these big hits from Akno. No D-lights to land, no down airs, and a D-light from Munir. Recovery leads out from it, but not quite enough for the KO. Disarms and now picks up the gauntlets, fighting off the right side. Any big hit could KO here. Either player now in danger, and a clash. Big advantage for Munir as he lands the recovery.
Yeah, that could have gone so much differently for the favor of Munir, because off of that clash, Akno only had one jump to get back to the stage, but it will be a recovery, not going to be Munir throwing Akno down to the bottom, but instead bringing him to the heavens. Munir able to take the stock lead, and he's looking to extend it with these gauntlets. So far, he's been so good with his Sensei, finding 2 in a row. Akno has no ability to get back, but he does touch the wall. Munir not able to stabilize and find any more of an advantage. Akno with a simple D-light into recovery on the unarmed will be sending Munir down to a second stock, but not before taking such a heavy deficit in damage.
Yep, the groove, the flow state perhaps being found here from Munir. You know a player's feeling himself when he goes for the same move 3 times over. Would have led to the KO, didn't quite connect, but now yet another chance for Munir to take this second stock and put himself in a position to take us to a game 5.
So far, Munir is looking pretty in this lead right now. Akno is struggling to be able to get back to the stage. Munir is making this so difficult in his favor. The gauntlets have been so good. The bow so far for Akno, I'd say, have been even better. The boots coming out from Munir, he will be able to get a dash jump off with the boots, and that is going to secure Akno down to his final stock.
Yeah, we've seen him burn through bigger leads. We've seen him win harder games. But will Munir let that happen? Will he crumble in the face of pressure, or will he manage to close out this advantage that he has? It's a matter of building up damage right now. But once this stock comes off, all bets are off as well. And Munir's looking to make it happen. Not quite finding the continuation, but the big string over on the left side. Now just keeping it up with the battle boots. Picks up the end light, picks up the down air. And there's just not much that Akno can find here. Munir is just way too elusive right now. He's playing so cautiously, and yet he's so damn fast to pounce on an opportunity that Akno gives him.
Yeah, Munir so far playing to his strength, trying to find any sort of end to this game. Not going to let Akno start any combos or start any sorts of roads back to this lead, but Munir, his stock will be taken, and Akno is able to pick up the bow. Even at this deep damage deficit, we can see Akno has the ability to bring it back in an efficient manner. So far, the bow has been putting good damage onto Munir, but he is able to return with a D-light into Sair off the corner of the stage, and that will be Munir taking his second game, and that is us moving to a game 5.
First time in the lower bracket. We had a 3-0, we had a 3-1, and a 3-2 is guaranteed now, NJ. Both of these players taking each other the distance. They have the experience, they have the history against each other. And it's just gonna come down to this last one. Who will be able to make the adaptations? Who will crumble under the pressure? Will we see something completely unexpected? I don't think we are.
Yeah, a clash of 2 titans, 2 veterans of this EU space. So far, they both have been playing damn near equal in these interactions, but Munir, he's taking that aggression up to 11, able to bring the continuation onto a side sig, and Akno, struggling to bring back a weapon, is opting to go for some unarmed damage. He's not afraid to bring Munir off the stage with him. If he wants to get dirty, Akno is down to play, picking up the bow, the aerial move to toss Munir off of the wall, bringing them to a relatively equal damage state. But Munir is chasing hard, trying to find this knockout move, and he dodges the D-Sig from Akno. Akno has been so good with these. Munir is expecting it, and he backsteps it and hits him with a beautiful punish to take down Akno's third stock.
Yeah, it's a huge pickup, and now it's just a matter of Akno finding that big hit to get it back and doing it cleanly. 0 damage on the second stock, even as can be. And neither of these players giving up any ground. Now Akno looking to weapon starve, picks up yet another pair of blasters, but Munir manages to hit him away, not going to be starved any longer, picks up that weapon, and he's got the hunger necessary to win the game.
So far, Akno has been moving beautifully with these blasters. They seem to have taken a little bit of a backstep in the favor of the bow, but he's been so good at securing these stocks with them. He will throw it away, and that opts Munir to do the same, to pick up his own weapon. The gauntlets trying to weapon starve Akno to give himself this position that he really needs, but the bow from Akno has been artistic at this point. He has been painting a canvas all over Munir, and it's looking red as Munir has taken so much damage in these interactions. Sidestepping the D-Sig yet again. Akno has given this a little bit too much time to shine, and now in his trek back to the stage, he will be picked up off of the corner. Not quite gonna be able to lose the stock, but Munir is getting so close to finishing it off.
And both of these players, experts at extending stocks, experts at staying in the game. Akno finally finds the pickup, but not before Munir manages to make up all of that damage that Akno had managed to build up beforehand. Now, once again, it's a matter of extending, and 3 neutrals is exactly how you want to start this. Not quite finished yet on the second stock, as Akno managed to survive. But that second recovery from the battle boots, just a little bit too much for him to handle. Last stock for either of these players. Whoever loses theirs first is out of the tournament, NJ.
This is so sad to see that we're seeing both of these amazing players get down to the wire. Both of these have their tournament on the line, but so far Munir is dropping the damage. The blasters from Akno has been good. Munir able to pick up the D light into an N light with the boots, but Akno recovery in the sky, taking down Munir with this trademark. The blasters able to finish it off, and Akno is going to be the one to move on in the tournament, securing this first game 5 that we've casted. Akno is moving on to our top 4.
And that's really just emblemative of how he plays. He's a bit of a wild card, but at the end of the day, he will find that KO option. He will find that knockout no matter what it takes. And it's usually something weird like this, just a raw recovery in neutral game, just reading the other player's movement, picking up on their habits of how they like to get back down to the stage and up in the air. Great job from Akno, but he's got a long way to go, and who he'll have to face will be decided in this next set here. We got Sapphire taken down by Ahmed, and Marker, who just made his way through XJ Kujay.
2 dark horses of the tournament right now, Sapphire and Marker. Sapphire taking down Munir actually up in the upper bracket in a 3-1 lead, as I believe has been reported. And Marker, we saw the way he was able to play against XJ. He absolutely dismantled him. So we're seeing 2 relatively, I wouldn't say unexpected candidates for our top 4, but 2 of these dark horse heavy hitters. So Sapphire opting to go for the Bodvar. We know him for his Ulgrim play. We know him for his time in the 2v2 space. So seeing him on these 2 different weapons, I was scouting it out a little bit earlier, and I was a bit confused. It seemed like Ahmet was pretty far in the control of that game. So we're seeing him still stick with his Bodvar. We're seeing Marker change as well. That was, think he was on the Diana, but now he is on the Tesca. Maybe this is a counter pick specifically to go into a weakness of Saphir now that he's on a legend that we don't quite know him for. And Marker really wants to turn up that aggression, turn that up to 11. But we're going to be seeing how this game goes, how this play style is going to favor, who is going to be in the favor, and who's going to move on to our top 4.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting swap. I wonder if the Tesco is just a bit of a Hail Mary, throwing it out there, seeing if it works, and then if it doesn't, well, you have 2 more games, you can swap back to the Diana, keep that consistent pick going. But either way, we have the gauntlets in play, versing into this hammer, already going off stage against the hammer. Bold move, but perhaps one that you need to take if you want to stamp your mark of dominance onto this game with the gauntlets. Definitely an offstage heavy weapon, definitely one that can go for early KOs, early gives off the bottom, and Marker is still looking for it.
I feel like he had the opportunity to go for a ground pound and end off Saphir's stock a little bit early, but he opted to go for the recovery instead and extend his life just a bit more and style on him even more, kicking him off to the side of the stage and bringing it even further with a GC kick over to his demise. That will be Marker taking the first stock onto Saphir and Saphir onto a second as he pulls out the sword. So far, Marker has been beautiful with these gauntlets. We're seeing a bit of the ire of Munir come out, where Marker is pulling out some of these very aggressive hits, and the way he is maneuvering around the options that Saphir is throwing out, it's looking like Saphir is deeply uncomfortable, but Marker is just, he's all over the place.
Yeah, this is the tournament of gauntlets, it seems. This weapon has taken over the meta, and it's taking over every single game that it's in, it seems like, as Marker barely manages to get back onto the stage with that side air, gets the neutral air off the side, but Saphir not nearly damaged enough to be in position for a gimp at that point. It's just a matter of building up damage from the snap stock. Marker has 2 to spare. He can take his time with this one.
Yeah, speaking of building damage, Marker, he's throwing out some of these signatures, some connecting, some leading to his own demise, but that is Saphir deep into the orange. Even a single signature connected from Tesca, you are feeling that. And it will be a delight into a Sayer to send Saphir off to the side of the stage, but Marker has put himself into a precarious situation. The double dare is not quite enough to finish off the stock in the favor of Saphir, but that will be both getting back to the stage, recovering the weapons, and Marker pulls out a side sig and throws him the other way. He is looking forward to the return. Marker taking his first game with 2 stocks remaining. What a strong performance from the gauntlets of Marker. That was beautiful. And it's so strong, in fact, that we're seeing Saphir swap.
On stage, off stage did not matter. Marker was in his element, dancing circles around the Bodvar of Saphir, forces him over onto the 98 Bryn. And I don't blame him, honestly. I much prefer the spear into this matchup. I don't know how the axe fares. I don't have as much expertise in that field, but if he's able to poke Marker out and keep him at bay with these longer range spear neutral moves, I think he'll be able to make a name for himself and make a little bit of a comeback into this game number 2.
Utilizing that spear and light sort of like a cattle prod, a get off me, get away from me, do not approach kind of tool, and Saphir is taking control so far with the spear. It seems like you were correct in this pivot. So far, Marker has been struggling to find his way in. The gauntlet's coming out, however. He will be able to catch the late hit of the N-Light and find a bit of a conversion. Saphir passing through with a recovery, not quite going to connect, and Marker has been given the opportunity to equalize on the damage. Throwing out the gauntlets, but it will be a spear D-Sig. We've seen this move so many times before, and it's so effective. Saphir taking the first stock of this game in a shift from the game 1's perspective.
Yep, a little bit of poke over towards the left with the N-Light. So annoying. Issue the enemy trying to come back up onto the stage. But you need to have good spacing and good timing for it, and Zafir seems to have nailed that in terms of going up against Marker right now. Finds another end light, doesn't quite get the D-Seek off of it, but already 100 damage built up off of that spear play alone. Marker now trying to guard this weapon, but Zafir is quick. He gets the neutral air, gets the way in. Now on the offstage, gets the end sig! Marker not expecting that one, looking to be the predator, but turns out the prey. Finally finds an end sig, finally closes up the stock, but the damage has been done, NJ.
Yeah, the spear is speaking for itself right now. Marker, all of the momentum he carried from that last game, all of the aggression, all of the advantage that he had has just been stuffed out completely. Zafir is playing beautifully with the spear. We're seeing the axe shine right now. Marker is so deep into that second stock. He just needs possibly one more axe and light towards the end of the stage, and that's going to be the end of Marker's stock. The spear sayer from the center is not going to quite catch and end out the stock, and a throwaway from Zafir is going to secure the axe yet again. We know what option he's looking for. He just needs one more, and it's off the platform, a D-light, and that will secure the stock in the favor of Zafir. Looking beautiful on this Bryn.
Damn, and I love how he's switching around between the two different weapons. Poked him around with the spear, got a couple of those D6, a couple of those N6 connecting, and then switches over to the axe. Doesn't let Marker catch switches up the tempo, switches up the moveset, and now he's pouncing on him with the axe as well. Now Marker on the battle boots, finding a couple of good hits here, but it's going to be the GCD light to lead into that cider for the KO. Zafir now on his last stock, and while he's been in control of this game so far, they're even as can be right now, and Marker's looking to take him off the right side. Neutral air barely dodged through, and Zafir perhaps looking to engage a little bit further on the offstage. Marker is taking him down there regardless you want to or not. It does not matter. He will slam you down with a gauntlet, and the luchador takes game number 2 as well.
That really goes to show how quickly this game can shift in momentum. Marker with the switch up. Marker taking down the gauntlets and throwing Zafir off the stage. He said, I know you want to go for some of these on-stage interactions. You want to go for this control. I'm not letting you do that. We are going off stage. We're fighting in the air, and you are getting starved out. Marker, so efficient with his moves off the stage. He had a very quick opportunity to take it down, and Zafir just bled through his options. What a turnaround in the favor of Marker, and that's going to bring him up 2-0 and pull out another swap from Zafir. In this case, he's going onto the Aang, pulling out the gauntlets as well, but keeping the spear.
Can't beat him, join him. That's what they say, and Zafir looking to not only join him, but beat Marker up on this offstage, looking to do perhaps what he did to him, but not quite as successful. Both players just trading back a little bit of damage. Double cider now, and Zafir finds an N-Sig. Big hit, disarms, but disarms himself. GC sidelight, the Sandstorm Classic to finish off the stock.
Yeah, kicked over to the side. That was a great interaction from Zafir. We're seeing the gauntlets from him definitely not slowed down in any way, shape, or form. Marker now has the task of taking down this full stock from Zafir. Great weapon throw to stuff out the ground pound in the favor of Marker, while Zafir picks up the spear in order to weapon starve Marker. It's so hard to say Zafir spear, and it's but Marker with the boots, he's standing on the stage. He's looking to deny Zafir this control of the center, but Zafir is not letting him take it easily. So far, the spear has been so good.
Yep, tongue twisters aside now, looking for that KO, finds it. Marker gets the recovery on the battle boot, switches over to the gauntlets. It should be yet another mirror match. There it is. Zafir picks up a set of his own, and fisticuffs galore are to ensue. GC D-Light picked up, but he gets grounded. Couldn't go for the chase dodge, and Marker now ready to pounce on that punish.
So far, the gauntlets from Zafir, he's shown that he actually has quite an advantage. And what a GC side sig into recovery. Marker goes a little bit too high on it and puts himself in the exact position Zafir wants him to, and he robs the stock quite early. And now Marker, he's getting angry. He's getting aggressive. He wants that stock back. He wants Zafir to know that was not free. There is a cost to everything, but the side sig will get stuffed out by the spear and light. Marker opting to go for the boots. He is trying to find a KO move. The D-light prodded out. He will throw Saphir over to the side. Not quite going to find the GC into an end light to secure it, but Saphir picking up the gauntlets, not quite in the position enough to fully extend it off of it, and will get punished with the boots recovery. That is the final stock from both of these players in this game 3. Marker at match point. Saphir is down 2 games. Saphir needs to play nearly perfect if he wants to continue this run into the lower bracket.
Yeah, gotta be a tough task ahead of him, but it's the spear that's in hand right now. Did well for him in game number 2, but this game 3 has been all about the gauntlets for me, at least from what I've seen so far. But Marker is bringing it up with gauntlets of his own, dodges through that D-light, and that's a big hit. Ground pound not connecting. Weapon throw, ready to stuff it out, and Saphir once again just a little bit too slow in the follow-up. Gets the combo starter, doesn't get the finish, and just so damn elusive this KO. It's his chance, it's his opportunity to stay in this set, stay in the game. And Marker is not giving it up easily here. 210 damage nearly. Still fighting, still staying alive right now.
We're so close to this end, both getting so deep into the damage. Marker still has a big task ahead of him. The NSIG not quite gonna finish it off. We see Marker thought the game was over. He's side-sig in celebration, but Saphir is able to make it back to the stage. Saphir with the spear, but he does get caught with the GC into a recovery. Marker moves forward with the 3-0. That was not as one-sided as it should have been, or that was not as one-sided as it really seemed. Saphir put up a good amount of challenge on the Marker, so seeing this go in 3-0 is quite unexpected.
It's honestly a crazy situation that we have on our hands, NJ, because we said it. Marker, pardon, Saphir was in control of most of that game 2. He was in a position to close it out in game number 3, but Marker just found the opportunities, found those little, gaps in the armor, and just took him down. He's off to face Acno in the lower semis, but it's the upper fight that you'll be seeing next. That will be brought to you, however, by 2 completely different faces. Isn't that right, NJ?
Yes, we will be doing a little bit of a caster swap. We will be moving over towards our beautiful graffiti and flaming MBL to bring you guys our grand finals. We're going to be taking a little bit of a break so we can get that caster swap going. Do not go anywhere, and thank you for this time. It has been me, NJ, and Ava to bring you guys to top 8. Thank you for having us.
See you later.
I know they're looking at us, seeing through our lies. Why do we still try? Open your eyes. Don't care at all, let's roll the dice. Feels the same. I don't wanna get caught in the lies. I know they're looking at us, seeing through our lies. Why do we still try? Open your eyes. Don't care at all, let's roll the dice.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Galaxy Cup Vortex EU 1v1s. My name is Flaming MBL, and I am joined here by Graffiti.
Hello, hello, hello! Welcome on in. This has been an exciting tournament so far. Wouldn't you say, Flaming? We have had some incredible sets. Yeah. No, this has been great.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many to pick from that have just been absolutely incredible. I mean, the lower side Acno versus Munir, very, very entertaining to watch. And that was just a great one. I mean, there's been some crazy upsets as well. Dark taking out Acno as well as Shira earlier on in this tournament, as well as Ahmet taking out a couple pretty big names as well, getting to this winner's final spot. So I'm excited for it. Are you?
I am very excited. There is not a single player in this bracket that has had an easy tournament run. Like every single time we were spying in on lower bracket before the stream, we would be like, oh, lower bracket from hell. Like no one had an easy time in this bracket. Yes, there are no such things as a free bracket in Brawlhalla, but these were especially not free. And it is still a little surprising to see where we're turning up. Like if I told you that Dark is still in upper side while Acno and Monir are about to fight in lower side. One of them is guaranteed to be eliminated, probably as our very next set, while Dark is still sitting nice and comfy. A literal dark horse up in the winner's side. They're still only like, what is it? They're only just getting their launch.
But I'm excited for this one. Dark recently coming off of a few pretty good placements, getting third place in doubles with Bamia in Spring Championship. Well, also I believe picking up it was a 17th in ones that tournament. Well, whereas Ahmet picking up a second place last seasonal and hoping to continue some of that momentum. Didn't do super great last Galaxy Cup, got 9th place just outside of that top 8. But now we're gonna see, they've been bringing it back. They're in winner's side. They've made some adjustments, and they've been looking really, really good.
They have been looking very, very good. So Ahmet, it looks like we're gonna be sticking with some of the same character picks. Ahmet is gonna be staying with the Petra. I'm not sure if I've actually ever seen Ahmet off of anything on anything other than the Petra. And we also have the Zariel coming out from Dark. Now, Flaming, I think you know Dark a little bit better than me, so I'm going to ask you a quick little question for myself and the audience. Do we know of any other character picks that Dark has up their sleeves if things may go awry against such a formidable Ahmet?
Well, earlier on in this tournament, when going against Acno, they did swap to a Vortex pick that worked very, very well.
Yeah, there it is.
Tons of pressure onto Acno, not only on his blasters, and we're actually seeing it get locked in instantly here. I'm pretty sure this is the main pick of Dark, but the Zariel did work very, very well. And that's also a character that Ahmet knows. That's also, the Devil Jin is known quite honestly around the world at this point. I mean, it's like the new gen Koji. Everyone had a Koji back in 2020, 2021,
my God,
and now everyone has a Zariel pocket. So, but we're going to be going into this Gauntlet Ditto match here with Ahmet on the Petra and Dark on this Vortex.
Absolutely. And that also means since this is a Gauntlet Ditto, there is a decent chance that there might not be too much of a stage advantage if they're both Gauntlet players. Yes, one map might favor Orb a little bit more, one map might favor Scythe a little bit more, but if both these players are going to be sticking with Gauntlets as much as we have seen and known and loved them to do so, then there is a decent chance that every single map is going to be a pretty even playing field, since it's going to both benefit and hurt Gauntlets the same amount for every map. And we're going to go to Small Worlds. And boy, howdy, do our players love this map. For our last set in upper bracket, after this, we're going down to lower bracket, and there'll be sharks in the pools.
Oh, absolutely. Already off-stage interaction. Dark trying to go in with these gauntlets. Did catch the dodge. Ahmet running out of options, but able to make it back, recovering high. Now resetting the corner of Dark with a nice dash-in sidelight, playing pretty aggro on these gauntlets, and Ahmet starting to chip away at this Vortex.
Sidelight, just to try and feel him out. So Dark is played really aggressively in some of the sets that we have seen earlier. So to see them play this, at least just this first stock, is really just accepting the trades and feeling it out, trading it out a bit. is making me very curious to see what Dark is thinking. If they're just going to go right back to what's been working, if it broke, don't fix it, go right back to the aggression, or if Ahmed is going to be too difficult to move. If that pressure is something that Ahmed will not crack under, and Dark has to find something else. So I'm already starting to wonder if we're going to see a bit more of a slow and reserved Dark, or if Dark is just going to find like another way to approach. That's really how they've been getting here. Oh, if this end light's not going to work, this D light will, or if I'll wait a few seconds and then surprise you with an end light. And also we have some offstage gameplay. This is always going to get really stressful. Both these players have some pretty good offstage gameplay, but Ahmed is going to be in the disadvantage after exhausting all of his options. Very unfortunate to be sent out up the side of the end light. Stocks very, very even, and this is still very interesting. They're both just trading. Not much of a huge lead.
No, not at all. I think right now it's kind of just, it's that feel out stage. It's game number one. You don't want to commit too hard. You don't want to show them all your tricks. But Dark already with a nice string there, getting a decent amount of damage there onto Ahmed. But this orb is definitely working wonders for them. Burning those options in the air, finally able to get the reset. Sidelight, Nair, Sair will be enough to get the second stock. And Ahmed leading pretty nicely right now. He's going to prime the orb. He's going to stick with it for the rest of this stock.
Or at the very least just to do a little bit of damage and get some extra credit, or with some really safe options. So if what you're going for is extra credit, then I definitely back this choice. And that also can kind of go the opposite for Dark. They're playing Scythe, which Scythe can be very risk reward. Yes, you can play Scythe very risky, but you can also, you can play Scythe very safely, but you can also play it risky. Dark's going to throw away the gauntlets for a little bit of unarmed. I think they actually do want to start with the Scythe and play a little bit more risky, saying, hey, if it's my last stock, I might as well go all in. But the cards do not turn up in their favor. Ahmed is going to start 1-0, and now we're thinking, what is Dark thinking?
Well, it looks like he's thinking going to the boat bar now. You know, dropping the gauntlets. That's what his key has been this entire tournament. He did really, really good into Acno. He's done really good into Shiro. He did really good into Cheesy Prime. He's played really phenomenally with the gauntlets. And now we're throwing that completely away and opting for a completely different game plan. Ahmed played really, really well with the orb. Getting that 2-stock victory, did not let up a lot. I mean, he didn't even lose that second stock. He was constantly pressuring with the orb, getting a lot of big strings, and Dark just could not keep up with the damage.
So the boat bar is actually something I could see working out. That hammer is going to force Ahmed to respect Dark a lot more off stage. And there have been some offstage interactions where, like, yeah, Dark is not suffering off stage. Like, the guy is still doing pretty well for himself. But to have a little bit of extra support, you can see Ahmed immediately backing up, fearing the recovery, because you always have to respect hammer off stage no matter what level. From 10 to Valhalla, and you gotta respect hammer off stage. So honestly, switching over to hammer is a decision that I definitely respect, or maybe at the very least, if I have a bit of bias, since I do quite like playing a little bit of hammer myself. The clash is gonna almost send Ahmed out of options, but no, Ahmed is gonna get a sidelight side air, tried and true, send us down to the second stock, 50 seconds in.
Now, Ahmed, I mean, historically, he has not had much success in Galaxy Cup recently. Past 2 tournaments, he hasn't cracked the top 4. I mean, even missing top 8 one time. So now he's back in gear. He is looking really good. He's souped up and ready to even make it into this grand finals on winner's side. But still has to take out this game and then another one. Dark responding with a hammer neutral air, trying to get some more damage onto the stock, finding the knockout. But Ahmed looking for some more extra credit.
Dancing around. They're respecting Ahmed, definitely. They are being a little bit more reserved, but Ahmed might be taking advantage of that. We do have Sword though. Sword, sidelight Sair, not enough to KO, but is Dark going to be able to finish it out. Does not read the movement correctly for the Nair, and now we have Orb versus Hammer. Both of them very heavily damaged, but Ahmed could pull ahead, stocks 3-1, or Dark is going to be able to tie the stocks, but even tying the stocks is only going to do so much for him, and Ahmed is going to pull ahead, overlapping the poor guy. Stocks 3-1. Dark needs to stop the bleeding. Now, he needed to stop the bleeding a few seconds ago. This is starting to look a little concerning for the boat bar, and there is a little bit of pressure being applied to the wound. Dark is starting to warm up the movement a little bit. You can see him dashing around the stage in between stocks as we're now 2-1.
Oh my gosh.
Ahmed is wasting no time to get right back on stage and make another point to Dark.
That is insane. So much damage in such a short amount of time. Ahmet trying to get another 3-piece there with the orb, looking for this final knockout here in game number 2. Dark has a lot of ground to make up for. Try to go for that gravity cancel side light and find something with it. Ahmet looking for the side light Sair, but Dark is starting to fly around with this sword. Catches just the raw Sair, throwing the weapon now for the corner guard. Gets the delay recovery, not going to be enough. Dark resetting back to center stage. Neutral light is not enough, even with the 9 strength Petra has. Looking on the corner. Neutral light again, and that's going to be game number 2 going the way of Ahmet.
So, game 1 is a pretty understandable go next. You're like, hey, I'm still feeling stuff out. You know, maybe my hands are a little cold and I need a second to feel it out, warm back up, get back in a groove. Game 1 is very, very commonly a pretty easy go next. You obviously don't want to drop a game, but game 1 is the easiest loss to brush off if you do have to lose. Game 2, this is starting to get a little bit more concerning for Dark, because there have been some times there was I think it was D-Light Nair, and then Ahmet tried to pivot in a Sair to try and read an in dodge, and even though the dodge was still active and the Sair missed, it was still reading the correct dodge, and Ahmet did read the in dodge correctly even though the attack missed. So Ahmet has Dark read pretty well, and even if he didn't, he was still pulling ahead like he was in game 1. So now this Devil Jin is really gonna have to do him quite well, and Ahmet is even actually not even chasing too hard. Ahmet is chasing,
oh
but
my gosh,
Ahmet really could have gone for an earlier Ensig. Ahmet could have done so much more, but he's only doing exactly what he needs to do to stay in this lead, stay almost an entire stock up. He could have gone for 20 more N6 way earlier and go full commit, but he waited for the one that he know would work. He's not even like going extra shebang. He's doing exactly what he needs to play this well.
He is doing a phenomenal job. Dark finally getting that read, something that he needs to get going. Gets the disarm, unable to catch the neutral sig. Returns back to the stage, now trying to punish that side light. Ahmet returning back to stage, able to dodge through, gets the ground pound, trying to go for a second one. Recovers to reset, able to make it back, running out of options, touches wall. He's going to be bound by wall slip, not too far out. Dark, neutral light, looking still for this first KO. There it is.
More situation compared to the last game, but Dark is able to turn it around. Instead of stocks 3-1, it's going to be 2-2, but still, Ahmet isn't basically a stock lead. That's just a stock and a half. Look how far the Sair sends him just to lead into the uppercut. Dark is on bracket stock right now. This would actually be a really unfortunate way to just drop the 0-3.
Yeah, I mean, they say in Game 7 series, they say the most dangerous lead is a 2-0 lead. And right now, this is a game, or this is a best of 5. So Dark needs this game to stay alive in the winners bracket, but he needs this stock to stay alive to win this game. However, with so much damage on him and such little time left for the stock, it does not look good. The 3-piece is not enough.
Can he make
Dark
it back?
has to return sidelight Sair.
No!
Ahmet.
Ahmet triumphantly proving how he was able to play so consistently last year, winning a Royale as well as placing pretty damn nicely at PCX to tag along with it. Ahmet, always going to be one hell of a competitor.
And he's going to be moving on to the grand finals from winner's side, a place he has not seen in quite a while. I actually don't know if I can see the last time he won a Galaxy Cup or even got close to it. Galaxy Cup Mercury was 13th, and I mean Galaxy Cup Adam was 25th. Like, I don't think he's ever won a Galaxy Cup.
Really?
I don't think Ahmet's ever won a Galaxy Cup, and this is probably the place to do it. He's winner's side grand finals going into this, and now we got to see who could potentially be matching up against him. Graffiti, who do we have next?
Up next, we are going to be having Acno versus Marker.
Ooh.
This is going to be, I have a feeling this is going to be a very, very close set. Acno, we all have known him for years and years and years for being a titan. of the European region. Like he's on the Mount Rushmore for Europe. But Marker knows how to clutch up. Like the man's made it this far. And what's the last tournament that Marker won, actually?
Spring champs.
Yeah.
So about a month and a half ago or so.
I got a bad memory.
Last tournament Acno won was a Galaxy Cup about a couple weeks ago, actually. Which actually Acno has won the past 2 Galaxy Cups, so he's trying to get that 3-time going. He's trying to get that 3-peat in the works. But I mean, as you guys have known, if you've watched the past 2 Galaxy Cups, this is the 5th time in 3 tournaments that these two are facing off.
Yeah.
The 5th time. They fought 3 times in Galaxy Cup Zenith. They fought 1 time in Galaxy Cup Aether, and now they're back to duke it out in lower side this time in Galaxy Cup Vortex.
I'm gonna look through the bracket and try to find which one won their upper bracket match. Let me try and find that. Because you said this is the second time they're fighting today, right?
No, this is the first time they're fighting today. This is the 5th time they fought in the past 3 tournaments, or 3 Galaxy Cups, I should say.
Good grief.
So, I mean, this is a big one. This is the first time they're fighting in lower side, though. Acno and Marker both having a kind of that winner side run, but a beautiful play by Marker.
Yeah, watching this tournament today, there have been some moments where Acno does get really nervous off stage. Like Acno can play very, very confidently as long as there's some amount of ground below him. Even if he's pretty high up in the sky, like right here after this recovery, he still plays pretty confidently going to that air. But once feet leave the floor and you're kind of floating out in the void like he is now, there are moments where Acno does get a little nervous off stage, and he is able to grab that Sair, able to stop the bleeding. We do have an even game. But honestly, if Marker is going to play that confidently off stage, this game 1 might be pretty handedly in his favor. So I think Acno already has his work cut out for him.
Absolutely. I mean,
oh, yep. See, there it is. There it is.
But tried to go down a little bit too much. The overcommit, but Dare into the funny 45 ground pound. Acno steals the lead away, pulls the rug out from under Marker, and now he's gaining this game. Has the dodge too, gets the full combo. Acno resetting to the wall. Marker now in this deficit, has his dodge caught again. Another sidelight for Acno. So much damage being built.
Marker sticking on the gauntlets. Bow off stage. It's hard to tell if that's going to be the best option against gauntlets off stage, but it's so far doing pretty well, and it's what gave him the lead to snipe out that Dare and a ground pound. So, you know something I don't. And Marker is actually really, some of the reads that Marker had earlier are not coming through. Acno really just has his number written down. The Dare to save himself ends up feeding right into recovery, and Acno ends up taking a pretty handed game 1 after a criminal steal. Like I was saying, sometimes Acno gets nervous off stage, but you know that thing about a bug is more scared of you than you are of it, and that means it's more likely to attack you, and therefore you should still be scared of it, and you get like this weird self-feeding loop where you should be scared of something that is scared because they're more likely to fight back. We're getting that kind of situation here.
So this actually looks really good for Acno, because the only times Marker has beat Acno in bracket recently has been a 3-0. Every time it's gone to more than 3 games, Acno has won the set. So, I mean, maybe that pattern will continue, maybe not. We'll have to see. Marker already playing very offensive with these gauntlets on stage. Has the dodge read, a beautiful string with these gauntlets. Neutral by putting some more damage. Looking for this ground pound, but Acno throwing the weapon up to relieve some of that pressure.
Competitors can be pretty superstitious. Everyone has their own little ritual to get ready for a tournament, and it's okay to be a little superstitious if it helps you get in the mood. So maybe the pattern might repeat, maybe the pattern might not. Marker, cheeky little signature, going to bring the game in favor of his lead. Not too much damage over. Teska has some decent defense. There's a few bones on that guy, so this definitely is not KO color just yet at about 100 damage. Akno does have a little bit more work cut out for him, but that side sig is going to probably overlap them. Yes, it will, and all Akno can get in is a bow and light. Actually, never mind. That dare might allow him to turn it around, and Akno is able to snipe that first stock off a marker, but still 140 damage on this Diana is looking a little bit worse for wear. All it is a haymaker to bring Akno down to last stock.
Yeah, Marker's been playing really, really good. Has his confidence back. Doesn't care about the momentum that Akno had from game number 1. And that really is it. It's just a go next game. It's how you feel your opponent out. And Marker taking it and running with it. However, Akno starting to chip away at the second stock of Marker with this bow. This was the primary weapon they used last game. And it worked very, very well. Catching on the sidelight. Side sig is going to catch, but it's not enough to knock out. Akno looking for the edge guard. D-like ground pound. And we are stocks even with only 60 damage on this last one of Akno. Can he bring it back for another time? And that damage is pretty much even up.
So you can tell Akno's so hungry for this. Chase dodges further out just to try and get the dare off of the Ensig. Is going for 3, maybe even 4 recoveries. Nope, that 4th one was actually a nair. I read the script wrong. Marker is actually now having a bit of a tough time finding the approach. Akno notices the dodge, is able to try and give him some heat for it. The D-light into recovery is going to send Akno yet another snipe. 2 games in a row have Marker started out with a pretty tasty lead just for Akno to, you said it, sweep the rug right out from under him. Akno up 2-0 in lower bracket, remember! This is elimination side!
How does he do it, man? Like,
how he do it?
It looks so over. And then he just decides, okay, time to play the game. He was down a full stock that game, and he somehow brought it back. Absolutely incredible job by Akno. But now it's time for Marker to lock in. He is on a tournament match, needs this game in order to win, or needs to stay alive. If he wins this game, he gets to stay alive a little bit longer.
Oh, God.
But lots of neutralites being thrown out, trying to play as safe as possible. Doesn't want to commit too big. Has seen what Akno is capable of with this bow. Once again, returning to the corner. Weapon throw catches the funny 45, but gravity cancel neutralites. Can he touch? He does. And Akno able to make it back as well.
Akno for this entire tournament has sometimes had some really unfortunate misplays off stage, and it's only here in the top 4 that he fully brings it all online and shuts me up. There's some that I'm not seeing about his gameplay. This game is looking really, really good for Akno. Yeah, not only because he's up 2-0, go figure. If you're in the lead, you're doing good, but also because there was a bunch of times where Akno was stacked with Marker and yet was able to avoid some of these hits and even snag the first stock in the game, even if it takes a whole minute. So many times was Akno perfectly stacked with Marker, and Marker was not able to make contact with gauntlets. A stacked weapon. If you're in the weapon's threat range and you still get your opponent to whiff and bait them out,
oh my gosh,
I say that's a pretty good sign. Akno is continuing the barrage, absolutely decimates that second stock. 3-1 on the verge of a 3-0.
And has his dodge again. Resets back to corner, but man, Marker, you have to stop this bleeding. You were on tournament stock, but Akno doesn't care.
Wait, no,
neutral set not enough.
He's back. He gets the reversal.
Oh my gosh.
Marker's
Okay.
still in.
Okay. Marker, you gotta play your heart out, man. You are down 2 stocks to 1. He is against probably one of the best blaster players right now. Recovery, not enough. Akno trying to go for that Sair. Not enough. Whiffs on the D-light. Marker trying to go in right now. Has to be so careful.
The punish on the recovery was not actually a good KO confirm. It was just to build up a bit more damage. Marker is actually trying to... No, reads the jump for the Ensig. That Ensig was bald.
Wow, man.
Like if you're in that kind of lead, you have room to play around and being like, oh, I can throw out a few bald moves because I can afford them. But that was still pretty bald.
That was great, man. Akno with an incredible 3-0 over probably, I would say, his winner side Demon. very well played by both ends. But man, his bow was absolutely phenomenal that game. He was finding so many good dodge reads, had a lot of really good KOs, and man.
Akno fully brings the offstage gameplay online. There were some previous sets Akno was sometimes not the most comfortable offstage. So to see him bring it back now does bring quite a smile to my little cheeks. This is a very nice performance from Akno, and we're going to throw him right back into the pits to fight against the literal dark horse of Dark. Dark is the new kid on the block. Fresh meat.
Yeah, and
Is the new name we're all saying.
If you saw the set earlier with these two, you would know Dark made the swap to Vortex and ended up winning out the set very convincingly. He had a lot of pressure on Akno and actually made Akno afraid of approaching him with those gauntlets. That was kind of crazy. Is it going to come back again and happen the same way? Potentially, but we'll have to see in this lower side finals match. This is for top 3. If you lose this, you are out at 3rd. If you win this, you go to Grands to face off against Ahmed.
Dark, new kid on the block. This is a pretty daunting spot for Dark to be looking down the barrel of look at those numbers on Akno. Like I said, this guy is easily on the European Mount Rushmore and is one of the oldest surviving players of the game. I say that like everyone died. Is one of the longest lasting players of the game. Is one of the people to stick with it for an enormously long amount of time. Is more than a seasoned veteran. And right now, Dark has to stand right up to that. Dark has to be the 11,000th Vortex player that Akno has fought in the past 2 years alone, and has to make it work. Akno is already starting really bold. Dark is like fully respecting it, running away. Maybe respecting it too much. Dark is letting Akno chase him around the map. Dark needs to find something quick, or else Akno is just gonna keep mauling him.
This is true. However, we did see earlier Akno kept dodging down and dodging in against the site, causing him to take a lot more unnecessary damage that Dark was able to capitalize with. Now on the gauntlets, getting that neutral light, dodging in again, catching the downlight dare, looking for a KO option already onto Akno. Both players burning out dodges. Downsig again from Akno. What a bait.
Downsig to bait the second downsig? What? What's under my mask? Another mask. Okay. But still, Dark is starting to find a little bit better. I guess I spoke too soon when I said Akno was mauling him. Dark is starting to find some approaches, or maybe...
Oh my gosh, Akno!
That is tough. You can't let it go like that. Akno really is mauling him. And he's not even the wolf on screen. There's only one wolf on screen, and he's not even the one doing the mauling.
I mean, they don't call Diana the Monster Hunter for nothing. This is absolutely crazy, man. It's like a glimpse into the past, but now, I mean, 2 completely different players, and somehow one of them still thriving from that past life. I mean, getting that downlight Dark, able to secure the first stock off of Akno, and this looks like a completely different set.
Dark has adapted pretty well in this game so far. Akno has made some very serious advances, but Dark is still able to get their say in the matter. Akno's not pulling too far, and oh god, I did not want you to SD that, brother! Okay, Dark stays alive. Dark has adapted quite well in this game. Does need to adapt a little bit better, but it's still very, very possible. The game is not over, so if there's any Dark believers in chat, I'd say keep going, keep spamming. It's still very real. Dark could pull out a miracle and surprise us. Oh, but no, with the reversal!
What a play, man!
Dark,
Woo, man!
got, like, desperate. Dark got too hungry. Akno knew how much Dark needed that. You need it so bad, you're willing to chase me. I'll make chasing me your mistake.
What a play by Acno. Seeing this, seeing the side air, calling it out, GCD like ground pound, sweat beating as he makes his way back to stage. Game number 2 is going to be a big one here, carrying a lot of momentum forward. Acno, can he keep it going?
Dark has, I think that first game was just off to a really unfortunate start. And if Dark is able to establish some presence in this game too, a bit better, just a bit better, and keep it even, I think Dark can keep treading with Acno and keep it going. That clash into a dare and a ground pound, honestly, that's a lot better than what I was asking for. Dark is still fully in this. Like, I knew Dark still had a chance. You just got to stay in there. You got to stay even. Got to keep up with the grueling task. But Dark is actually really starting us to exceed some expectations. And we're not seeing too many whiffs on a lot of these signatures that Acno is being very bold about. But still, a lead is a lead. Dark is not doing too bad right now.
Not at all. Another neutral there. Still trying to find this first stock off of Dark. Acno resetting, grabbing these blasters, hoping Dark goes up after that side sig, barely unable to get both of those stairs. Recovery is going to come through, only 53. Only 53 damage.
Spot dodge, mid-scythe combo to land the recovery and it KOs. That was actually really interesting. And Dark almost was able to read the dodge in. Dodging in against Scythe is treacherous. Very few live to tell the tale. And we're going to have to see if Dark is going to start catching in on that. Does read some of Acno's movement, does call out that D-Sig, throws that out. So we're going to have to see how well Dark is able to get some of the reads on these, on some of these dodges, especially since you have both Gauntlets and Scythe weapons that can be very, very heavily rewarded with reading dodges. And the Gauntlet recovery comes through. Might not have been a dodge read, but boy, hell, is it going to be good enough to give him a pretty nice lead. I'm not going to curse a 1-1 just yet, but Dark is looking so much better than game 1.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's definitely thanks to this Scythe. There's been so much pressure with it on the ground. And even in the sky, Acno was just unable to find anything, barely missing out on the recover, which probably would have knocked out. Resetting the ground, getting the touch, trying to go for another down air, but still looking for this stock. Finally gets it with another recovery and is going to prime these blasters, methinks. No, he's going to stay on the bow.
This is a big game. There's a big stock for Dark to be able to go even with one of the game's greatest. And to go and bring himself a better chance to get to the Grands of a Galaxy Cup. This could be a big stock for Dark right here, and Acno is starting to get really hungry for this. We saw this last game when Dark was chasing Acno and got punished for it. Acno might actually be showing some of the same symptoms that Dark fell ill to just a couple minutes ago, but we're back on the bow. The bow is in pretty good shape, especially against Dark's Scythe. The Scythe is still good. The Scythe is still online, but the bow isn't quite a DDoS, but it does give him a few frame skips, but the gauntlets come back online. He finds his ult account and knocks him out of there. 1-1. This could be something special.
This is gonna be a close one. Both players, they want the win
here. A close one.
It's gonna be even closer, Graffiti. Just trust me. I know. I've seen this before. I mean, I think this is about the same position they were in Winterside, but that went to game 5. So we could potentially see another game 5 here. But I mean, so far, it's really just been the Scythe that's been working wonders for Dark. Acno hasn't been able to put so much pressure on as they would say when Dark is on Gauntlets. He's back to the stage again, but I mean, they're playing really, really well with it. Oh my gosh, double grab
off stage, especially against blasters, is going to be very risky. Acno loses that first stock just 30 seconds in. Dark, very comfy lead. He can just keep on trading. You don't even have to do too much to stay up. Acno needs a huge steal just to make it even. Acno needs like the lock-in of the month just to bring this even, just to bring this to a 50-50. Dark, it could just be leveling up each game. Acno might have been fresh off of a very nice win, or maybe he's warming back up. both these players are actually adapting to each other really nicely. If the game is adaptation, that still gives Acno a few extra props, but maybe since Dark is like part of a newer generation, Dark might have some secrets Acno has never had to adapt to.
I mean, he's had to adapt to Snap Dash. He's had to adapt to chase dodges and everything. He's had to adapt to pretty much everything since his time in 2019.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been playing for so long, and he has been good for even longer. Catching another neutral air, even damage. Both players trying to find this knockout off the top. Dark looking for that dodge. D-Light gets the dodge read, chase dodges, and recovers. Acno down the last stock here in game number 3.
Same can be said for Dark. The set is 1-1. The stocks are 1-1. The damage was 1-1 for a little bit, but now just a tiny lead in favor of Acno. These recoveries, that end sig was bold. Acno is starting to play really aggressive. We're gonna have to see if Dark has that clutch gene, if they are able to reverse, if they're able to pull off like a nasty punish or a huge steal, or if they're at least able to stop the bleeding and tell Acno, no, back off. This is my space, but it is actually Acno's space. A pretty confident last stock. Acno is such a strong clutch factor that now they're looking down at 2-1.
Yeah, really, really good weapon starve there by Acno. Pretty early stock in the beginning of the game, but a really good rally to take it. And now he's up 2-1. We saw this set go to game 5 earlier, but Acno, I think he's looking a lot more confident. He's been playing the bow well. He's been getting a lot of good juggles in the air with the blasters, and he's been committing for a lot more risky moves, especially into those gauntlets, which were getting him a lot of trouble earlier.
If the game is adaptation, then that gives a few more cards in Acno's hand. Because Dark can adapt very, very well, but sometimes it takes him just a few seconds longer to adapt, especially compared to someone like Acno. So Dark would really, really, really need to step it up. Can he punish the recovery? Not quite. Lets that one go for free. Acno temporarily out of a dodge still. That Dark lets that one go. Acno is actually starting to whiff quite a bit more. That could be a really good sign for Dark. Dark is not getting hit as much, and even though it's chip damage, it's only a little bit at a time, it's still more than nothing. That could be a really good sign for Dark, even though they do get sent down the second stock. So we say this with an asterisk. This could still be looking like something special for Dark. They are adapting. It's just, can they do it in time? The clock is ticking. Can you wake up?
Acno is playing really well, and I know you're saying he's whiffing a lot more moves, and I want to say I think this is bad for Dark. The reason being is because Acno's getting comfortable with throwing out a lot more moves and a lot more hitboxes, meaning that Dark is not putting enough pressure on. D-Light neutral sig might be the stock there. Acno with a down air. Dark is on tournament stock, and Acno has 3 to his name in this game number 4.
Dark, pretty reasonable to get this first stock off. It'd take a hell of a lot of work to try to get the second stock after that, but the dare, Dark just barely touches. There it is. Okay. All right. Take a deep breath. Lean a little bit back in your chair. Okay. It's not going to end like that. Not just yet. Dark, very, very reasonable to take that first stock. It is looking pretty doable to get the second stock. It's going to be difficult.
Dodge read.
It's going to be difficult, but, you know, you could throw some Scythe out and get that working. Scythe is notorious for being able to steal stocks away, and it ends up being a huge commit that ends up in Dark's favor. This is character development. Every single time Dark goes for a huge commit like that and goes full throttle, Acno's been able to punish him and reverse him and just throw him to the side. Dark is finally able to hit the bullseye and land on the mark. Acno is going to throw Dark off stage, though.
Burning a lot of options back on these blasters, trying to get the weapon star, whiffs on the dare. Dark needs something big. Didn't have the dodge. Nice 3-piece though. Acno dodges onto stage, trying to get that neutral leg, start something. It's so close. Down air. Trying to find something. D-Light recovery. Acno's moving to grands for the 3rd time.
Recovery send. Dark almost giving us the reverse 3-0 of a goddamn lifetime. Beautifully played from Dark, but it is still not enough to stand up to such a titan of the game.
I am. Shout out Dark, man. Like, actually, absolutely incredible player. Played phenomenally through so many matches today. Unfortunately, as one in the EU normally does, they fall to Acno and are eliminated from the bracket. But a third place is nothing to be upset about. Congratulations, Dark. Beautiful job. But now, Graffiti, Acno has a chance to win or to get the three-peat going. Are you excited for that?
I don't know. I'm excited for more because then also we realize we don't think Ahmet has ever won a Galaxy Cup. So this also could be
he did.
Their first.
He won Galaxy Cup Frost. I don't remember when that was. That might have been December of January. Was it this year? Okay, so January of this year. My fault, guys. My bad. Anyway,
it just as much as mine. Yeah.
We will be going to a short little break. We're gonna run some ads. We're going to have a great time coming up for this grand final, so don't go anywhere. This is going to be a match you want to remember. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Galaxy Cup Vortex EU 1v1s. We are here for grand finals. The three-peat is on the line for Acno coming in from lower side, whereas Ahmet, he wants this title back as a Galaxy Cup champion.
Absolutely. It is a good day for a swell battle, and a brawl is surely brewing. We have, let me double check. We have Ahmet coming from the winners bracket, and I'm gonna look through the bracket. Ahmet has, wait, has Ahmet dropped a single game in this tournament? I'm seeing 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. Ahmet might have, I don't think Ahmet has lost a game, which I'm probably caster's cursing now. So Ahmet, I'm sorry. Like I said, we all have our little superstitions, and caster's curse is real. So I hope Ahmet, if I cursed it, I'm sorry, but Akno is on his own little hot streak. Even though he did get knocked down to lower bracket, that lower bracket is some of the best Akno we have seen in a long time. Really,
Absolutely.
this is a new beast right here, and we are wasting no time to get into the most expensive set of Brawlhalla of the day. Oh, this is exciting. I'm getting
Akno has
giddy.
been good for so incredibly long. He has more gold medals than Ahmet has top 32s.
Oh, good.
That is
grief.
a crazy stat there. Akno, one of the most paid Brawlhalla players of all time, now going up
on the planet.
ever on the planet. He has made more money from Brawlhalla than probably everyone else in this tournament combined. Like, it is insane. But game number 1, trading a few hits, Akno back to this corner, Ahmet on these gauntlets. And I'm excited for this one. I really am.
So Akno knows how to play stable, but sometimes they can be a little bit of a wild card. Sometimes they do like to just go for bold options. Sometimes they like gambling. Sometimes Akno does go for a gamble. And as much as Akno knows how to play stable, if they absolutely need to lock that in for like a BCX set or something, they can. But more often than not, they enjoy the game more playing wildcard. They enjoy throwing out a bunch of stuff to see what sticks. But Ahmet, on the other hand, responding with their own stock, very much a stable player. I think we could go like an entire game without seeing a single signature from this man. Ahmet, very, very stable. That's not to say slow. You could look and see Ahmet is aggressive. Ahmet is dashing in. Ahmet is making contact and getting the first hits. It's just their hits is always exactly what he needs. He doesn't go for any huge gambles. It's not like, oh, this will either win me the game or lose me the game. It's just, I'll do exactly what I have to do. Nothing more, nothing less. Ahmet plays like a goddamn machine.
Up throw, not gonna find it just yet. I'm trying to go for a recovery on it. Barely clips the last part of it. And he is playing really good this game. His gauntlets have been on fire, not only in this tournament, but this game so far has been showing why he is in here from winner's side. Though Akno got the first stock, that's going to be the first one to secure the second one, but also going to be losing that one as well. Only 13 damage, so not much extra credit going into this last stock situation in game number 1.
This first game is actually moving pretty quickly. You can tell both these players are pretty well accustomed to each other because they're not doing like the little like awkward middle school dance where you gotta leave some room. Like they're not just feeling each other out. There's not really a lot of trades. They're both fully committing at least right off of the second stop. Both of these players are pretty comfortable around each other. They'll still respect each other. You can see Ahmet dashing around those sidelines. They'll still respect each other, but they're still very comfortable around each other. And they kind of know what the other person wants to do to win. And Ahmet is just going to want that D-Light. Going to grab the first game. And you know how I said about this streak earlier? I'm not going to say anything else about it, but it is still there.
You know, Akno, in tournament, Akno has not beaten Ahmet since a trial of Freya back in September of 2024. So since then, Ahmet has won 2-1, 3-1, and 3-1 most recently in Spring Championship. So, I mean, honestly, all odds are against Akno right now, unless he's improved significantly in about a month. So we'll have to see. But right now, Ahmed is still cruising along with these gauntlets. And he's getting a lot of big hits here and there. He's doing his best to keep this neutral game kind of in his favor. However, gets disarmed Akno back on these blasters, looking for the recovery, but running out of options. Catches the dare and the falling Sair. Now off stage recovery again, getting so much damage on the stock. D-Light Sair, still not enough. This stock is living a little bit more than Akno hoped.
Ahmed, you can see maybe just a little nervous to approach. Ahmed does have very good aggression, but also knows when it's too much. Ahmed is brave, but he ain't no fool. Just barely makes it back to stage. Akno throwing a bunch of moves to see what sticks, but gets punished for it. Stocks 3-2 in favor of Ahmed. Ahmed still at almost 200 damage is going to get that first stock revoked from him pretty swiftly. With a pretty even game. Akno, free choice of weapons, chooses to actually double down on blasters. Their bow has been looking pretty nicely, and I think they've actually played more bow in their career than blasters, if I'm remembering correctly. But either way, the blasters still speak for themselves today alone, and they are looking quite nice. Against Ahmed's gauntlets, though, Ahmed's gauntlets are very, very scary, and we're back to trading actually. This game, it's no slog. It's not going super slowly, but both players are respecting each other. There's not we're not seeing any huge random signatures. We're just waiting for that D-Light compound to come online, send Akno down the last stock.
Now, Akno, I don't think he feels as comfortable as he did last set. In that he was able to throw out a lot more moves, find a lot more, a lot bigger of options. But here, he doesn't want to risk anything. Ahmed barely able to hop over that D-Light. Still looking for this second stock. Goes for that ground pound. And still looking for it. Burns the dodge. Catches the neutral air. Ahmed trying to keep Akno weapon starts. Gets the Sair. Now back on stage. Neutral light not going to be enough. I think a D-Light recovery might be. Or D-Light neutral air. Neutral air on ground not going to be. Now back on the blasters. Still, this second stock will not go away.
Reads the jump in for the weapon throw, and that lets him continue to put on pressure for that end-light knock. That was actually really, really well done from Akno. Akno's bow is looking really well, and sometimes I'm almost surprised when he throws it in favor of blasters. This is a pretty darn good bow. Ahmed on orb though, so we're gonna have to deal a little bit of damage first. Petra does have some pretty good strength, so dealing a little bit of damage is not gonna be too hard. But I think Ahmed does want to throw for the gauntlets. If right now we're talking damage, gauntlets I think can have a bit more consistent damage than orb. You can have some really nice combos and bread and butters and quick pieces and pretty simple read lined up. So right now, as the game is getting close to sudden death, is Akno able to bring it close to even, or is Ahmed gonna come back to stage and grab it 2-0? No! Akno is the first loss Ahmed has had today, and even though it is in grands, it is still quite a statement.
Very, very tight game there. I mean, neither one of them really wanted to send out too many options. I mean, it's very, very close between both of them. And I mean, just really, really well done by Akno to, he was in a pretty big deficit, but great patience, waiting for the right moment to downsig, and finally gets the connection he needed to steal away a game. But now, going into game number 3, Ahmed's going to be pretty careful to avoid those moves.
Bow versus gauntlets. Akno, actually, I think might be feeling himself a little good. He might got a little chance. Still nervous against that last game. I mean, who won? Ahmed's a scary guy. Pretty intimidating. But I think Akno's really starting to feel himself. You can even see him do like a little pip. The weapon throw messes up the D-Light.
Doesn't matter.
But he grabs the D-Light Sair. Anyways, just 60 damage, 30 seconds in. This is actually looking like a very tasty stock for Akno. And yeah, even though they might get the guy might have gotten just a little nervous last game. Who wouldn't? Akno, like I said, very scary player. Akno's really feeling himself. You can see there's a few moments Akno has where he's not doing any inputs and he just pivot dances. Like he's just moving around. He's feeling himself. He's even going for a lot of these recoveries like he would some of his earlier opponents when he had a lot more momentum. I think Akno is just trying to get his head back in the game. He's just trying to feel himself.
Here comes Ahmed though, these gauntlets back to the corner. Sider's not going to be enough. Akno throwing the weapon at a very interesting angle there, trying to contest this return. D-Light recovery will be enough. Wow, okay. Acno is on fire here in game number 3. Looking pretty good. But we don't know what can happen just yet.
Looking for the bow. Ahmet, pretty hungry to remove this first stock from Acno. Dash for a D-Light. That was pretty bold right off of neutral. But still, it works. If it's dumb and it works, it's not dumb. Weapon throw does actually call out the recovery, though. That one does work. Ahmet still down last stock. 80 damage on this last stock against Acno's pristine panini blue stocks. So Ahmet does have his work cut out for him. Acno does have a pretty good clutch, so it's a little bit hard to like get him to panic or to like fully reverse him. And sometimes Ahmet doesn't throw out any huge overcommits, doesn't throw himself off stage just to try and get a bit of extra damage. No, he does what he has to. It's very okay. I honestly, Acno was just waiting for it. Acno just waits for the D-Sig.
The last 30 seconds, he was just trying to put Ahmet in a position to where he could D-Sig that. And that was absolutely insane. The actual D-Sig merchant here playing really, really well. His first stocks on Ahmet were really, really good. But man, it's not looking great here for Ahmet here in Grand Finals, but he does have that cushioning. He did come from winner's side, so he can afford to lose a best-of-5 set. But that's all he really wants to lose. He doesn't even want to lose this. He wants to win this game 4, force game 5, and then win game 5, win the tournament. But right now, Acno still going off with these blasters. Back to the corner, trying to catch the return. But man, a lot of damage. Another side air, trying to find a potential KO option already. Ahmet trying to find something. Neutral Sig comes out, and Acno is still cruising from game number 3.
He continues to push him off stage, goes for a very bold side sig. Ahmet just trying to get a little bit of chip damage in with the D-Light ground pound on the stage. The end sig does dip a little bit, or dunk a little bit off stage. They're off stage yet again. Ahmet just needed to bring him back, and he's able to fully utilize the fact that Acno burns out the dodge, still just barely makes it back. And also out of options, runs back for the gauntlets, does not get the uppercut. Right now, stocks are not even, but anyone could fall at any second. Acno tries the recovery, and the recovery from Ahmet neither sends. There's so many whiffs. Flaming, I'm scared.
The neutral light's actually not going to be enough, so Acno able to live a little bit longer. Another sider disarms Ahmet.
Oh my God.
And Acno back on the prowl with his bow. Down Sig Merchant coming through. He's one stock away from resetting the bracket.
It's one of the first times I've ever seen Ahmet just chase after somebody like a wolf like that, and he ends up eating the whole stock for it. Ahmet does get the first stock off of Acno, but good grief.
Finally, the first stock, man, from Acno is gone. But man, Ahmet has a lot of ground to make up. Catches the dodge in, gets the dodge up as well. Down light, down air. Lots of damage being put onto the stock. Acno has to be a little bit more careful. He cannot afford this damage. Down light, side light, trying to go for the recovery. But man, Ahmet putting the pressure on now. Another side air. Only 70, 88 damage now. 100. Acno slowly chipping away. But recovery. Last stocks here. This was looking pretty bad for Ahmet, but now there's a chance.
This is going to be a very tough game. Acno has that clutch button. Acno knows how to clutch up in a game, but Ahmet is just so safe and secure. Ahmet very rarely makes an unnecessary risk. Ahmet doesn't gamble as much. He just does what he has to do, but sometimes it's not enough when you're looking down that monstrous lead in the game that Acno had. Oh my God, we're going to a reset.
Acno wants the three-peat. He needs it, dude.
Bad.
He needs it. He took Galaxy Cup Zenith. I believe it was over Marker. He took Galaxy Cup Aether, which I believe was also against. Was it against Marker? No. Who was it against? I gotta look. But I mean, Akno, he's won the last 2 Galaxy Cups here on Spaceatronics' stream, and he's looking for the 3rd one. He needs it. And
We said
no, it was
Galaxy Cup
against
Ava,
Borger.
right?
It was against Borger. I'm sorry.
Borgir, there it is.
He went
Okay,
to
all right.
Borgir.
I was looking for it.
Yeah. So I mean, dude, this guy, he needs the 3-peat. He has the bracket reset. He has the chance to get the 3-peat.
This is it.
3, 2.
This is the final set of the day. The next few minutes of gameplay determines who makes the most amount of bank off of any bracket. Is a grueling accomplishment to try and get through. You have to play through so many good players. We saw Dark, we saw Skeldro, we saw Frydazol, we saw Borgir, we saw Monir, and yet at the end of the road, it is Ahmet taking that first stage off of Akno 30 seconds in. So many
Now
good
Akno with
men
the
have
response
fallen,
has
and
the
these are
dodge though.
ones.
Unable to get too much off of it, but still some good damage nonetheless. Ahmet putting the pressure onto Akno in the center stage, getting that sider. We are reset to 0-0 in the count, so this is technically a game 1, but Ahmet
Oh,
going up
reads.
with this orb.
Oh, he reads both of the baits. Or I guess one of them was a bait, and the other one was, I guess, a wake up, trying to catch him mid combo. Ahmet, those are either really good reaction times or just beautiful reads. Ahmet is looking so much better post reset.
Ground
chicken.
pound.
Oh,
There.
oh, wait, no, that doesn't reset though. That was actually an overcommit.
Man, this is it's actually crazy. I mean, both these players want it so bad. Ahmet tried to go up, but burned a lot of options. Akno had a really good opportunity there, but unable to avoid it. Gets disarmed off the top. This bow still online for Akno, catching another neutral air, keeping the juggle going, but Ahmet with the reversal, unarmed recovery, stealing away that second stock. Pretty good lead here for Ahmet.
I'm sweating. My AC is on, and I'm still sweating.
Bro, stop going for down six, please.
Please,
we see it,
there's
bro.
nothing that can make him stop. There is
We see-
absolutely nothing that can make him stop. The man does what he wants.
Man, we see the fit, bro.
We see the fit. Ahmet could actually build up some pretty dangerous damage here. Akno does actually... Whoa, the weapon throw does save him. Dodges up. Does Ahmet have the read? Ahmet has lighted a few attacks on Akno, and so, we do see some dodges. Can't actually get a punish some recovery. No recovery of their own. All these baits that Akno is throwing out, some of them were working. Flaming, I think what you were saying earlier is true, that if you let Akno just throw out a bunch of moves and whiffs, those aren't actually whiffs. That means you're letting Akno have stage control, and you could just get away with that. This is very dangerous for Akno still. I mean, it's dangerous for both players, since Akno does have some really good stage presence. It's a bit more dangerous for Akno. Really needs to step the game up.
I don't think Sidelight Sarah would
Oh,
knock
no,
out
the
his
grab-
range. But now he's back on Gauntlets. Recovery. One more recovery will do the job. So Akno, knowing this, has to play very safe. Can't afford anything. That Neutralite barely doesn't KO. Ahmet playing this corner really well. Catches the jump up and takes game number 1 here in the Grand Finals reset.
Ahmet is looking a lot better post reset, but that is not to say this is going to be an easy game. That second stock was looking, just delicious from Akno. That was, the game was Ahmet and then to Akno and then Ahmet again. Ahmet had to clutch that back up and bring it back. Ahmet is looking a lot better, but that's only just to break it even.
3, 2.
All these games might be a coin flip. I'm sweating.
I don't know,
My
man.
AC's on and I am sweating. Bullets flaming.
Dude, I
can't
have
take
my
this.
windows open. I got a fan going, dude. Like, I mean, it is so incredibly hot, but this game is absolutely on fire.
It is
from
on
both
fire,
players
yeah.
right now. I am warmed up. I'm ready for mid-seasons. I'm ready for summer champs. I'm ready for the rest of this weekend to keep going.
I'm ready.
And right now, Acto
I'm
trying
not
to
ready
go
for
for that
that
side sig.
I don't think it was either.
Resets back to stage. Has a little bit of a damage advantage, but Ahmet with a neutral light, putting some pressure on this corner, catches another dash neutral light, trying to find that Sarah neutral air. Now has the lead. Side air, Acno's disarmed, trying to find another Sarah, but unsuccessful.
That was both a really good read from Ahmet and really good reaction times from Acno to recognize, oh, Ahmet's following me. Ahmet has my movement read. Okay, I'll just dodge out of it. That was actually a really good display from both players, even though Ahmet is able to let that interaction give him the stock. Acno, pretty lucky weapon spawn, grabs the bow. This bow, there's a trail of blood behind this bow. This is a really, really scary thing to stare down the barrel of. But if you're in the lead, like Ahmet is, especially since Ahmet knows how to play really stable and knows how to not take too big a gamble, knows how to get just enough of what he needs, actually recovers it back to stage and pivots for the net. The weapon star does not go for the recovery. Instead tries to go for the TC silent. It's not enough. Others just sneak down signature with an N-Sig. Ahmet is starting to write a 2-0 on the board. Acno needs to erase it soon, correct it into a 1-1, but Ahmet is looking pretty good.
Acno is, I mean, he has been playing phenomenally, and now Ahmet says it's my turn to time to make myself the star of the show. Putting on a huge presence here in game number 2, has a great lead. Acno now with this bow, trying to find something, gets a gravity cancel side sig, definitely an option of all time, but slowly dwindling down. These blasters are not going to be able to keep him alive too much longer, as Ahmet now back on the gauntlets, catches a neutral air, delay recovery, that should knock out, and it does. Now, last stock situation, Acno might have a chance here if he plays his cards right.
How did that grounded nair not hit him? Oh man, that was so weird. Acno, bow against Orb. Orb actually right now is really good for Ahmet to have, because all you need is one side light or one recovery, and that's game. Ahmet could be one input away from actually goes over to the gauntlets. Gauntlets, I mean, yes, has good knockout options, but not in. I feel like Orb has a few safer knockout options. For gauntlets,
True,
you
but
really
he does
gotta put
have
yourself out there.
He does have a health advantage. And
Recovery,
that recovery doesn't matter, because now Ahmet is one game away from winning Galaxy Cup Vortex and taking the title away from Acno, denying the three-peat.
So sometimes when a player is coming into grands from upper bracket, sometimes they intentionally throw pre-reset a little bit just to make the tournament more exciting, to bring it to a reset. I'm wondering if that's what Ahmet was doing, if he's like, you know what, let's have some fun. I'll intentionally let this go to a reset and then lock in.
I don't know, man.
Sometimes players will troll a little bit pre-reset just to make it more dramatic.
The script said Acno wins game 4 in grands, and game 5 Ahmet wins reset. So, I mean, anything could happen right now. But Ahmet committing pretty far off stage with this orb. Weapon throw, Acno trying to go in, getting caught out by the down sig. Gravity cancel neutral light back on the stage, picks up the gauntlets.
Okay. Alright, Ahmet, that was fun. Ahmet is actually using a few more preemptive dodges. Starting to use a few more signatures. There would be games earlier in the stream where Ahmet would go an entire game without using a single signature. And now we're seeing a few more preemptive dodges, a few more signatures, and Acno is still able to find the D-Sig. He finds it every time.
No.
So, Ahmet has some really good momentum. Ahmet does have a really good read on Acno. There was a few times Ahmet had Acno's movement read perfectly, and it's up to Acno to respond with a very last-second, well-timed reaction. It's up to Acno to respond to Ahmet's reads. But Acno still has a few tricks up his sleeves. It's an uphill battle, but it's still one that's worth taking.
Any mountain can be climbed with the right amount of D-Sigs, and Acno is proving why that is true.
I mean, the D-Sig has rope. It's good to climb mountain with a rope.
This is true. But Akno waiting for that blaster spawn to come in. No, actually has the bow, my bad. Catches the sidelight, but nothing too much. D-light into neutral air. Ahmet returning to stage, burning jumps, but still able to reset onto ground. Trying to get the dodge in read. Now disarmed Akno, looking for the juggle. Unable to keep the star going. Near the neutral air. Ahmet's going to be off of gauntlets on this next stock. The recovery is going to be enough. And now he's playing, I believe, he's probably been playing bow into orb. So Ahmet, once again, kind of struggling, cannot really get his main tool of damage and knockouts.
Ahmet, as we've seen, is more comfortable on the gauntlets. So we're waiting for the weapon spawn. There is one. Ahmet does not want to give up pressure, though. That is smart. Waits until it's actually safe to go back for the weapon spawn. And Akno might actually be trying to guard the weapon, knowing I'm comfortable on bow. You don't need this. And actually steals it while he's unarmed. This is actually really, really smart gameplay from Akno. Ahmet is back on gauntlets with a very nice weapon.
Doesn't
spawn.
matter. D-Sig Merchant, baby!
Oh! Is that legal?
Dude! The D-Sig Merchant strikes again, man. What in the
Why
world
doesn't mine
was
do
that
that?
match?
What?
First
Can I
D-Sig,
swear?
that first D-Sig, that should not have hit. There is no world where that KOs, nor can that, but it doesn't
last
matter.
one like really startled me. I was legitimately startled by that last D-Sig. Am I allowed to swear on this channel?
No.
How does he do it every time? It's every single time. Every time. Oh, God.
Oh, man. All right. The script might be coming true, Graffiti. Akno needs to win one more game to force game 5. And, I mean, there are so many things that this game is riding on. Ahmet has one more game left to win in order to take the tournament. But Akno, so aggressive with this bow already.
I'm still a little shaky from all the way up. Okay, all right. Akno goes down for it though. I'm still a little shaky from Akno going for that triple nair in a recovery. But either way, grabs blasters into gauntlets and actually blasters into another gauntlets. Ahmet is going to try to have those double down as much as possible. So I think trying to make raw sights it. Just raw. He just gets away with murder.
I don't know just yet. He has to play this stock pretty well. He's on a little bit of a deficit. Ahmet on his orb. Getting caught up by another neutral air. E-light side air. Almost at the equal damage mark. But another neutral light. Putting some more damage onto this stock of Akno. Dodging around the recovery. Didn't get anything off the punish. Great positioning by Ahmet. Akno needs to be careful. He is very low on this stock. Ahmet putting a lot of pressure with this orb. Another whiff neutral air. Both players whiffing a lot of moves. They are scared. And now Akno down to tournament stock. Graffiti, this could be the end of Akno's dreams of the three-peat.
It could very well be. There's still a few more cards left in the deck, so we don't know if we're going to pull an ace or a joke. It's another joker.
Yeah,
There's
it's
30
another
jokers in the deck.
Oops, all jokers.
There's 30 jokers in the deck. Akno brought his own deck.
Oops, all jokers.
Okay. Oops, all jokers.
But I
It's
mean,
even now.
It is, and Akno's even leading, catching another neutral air, dude. He's getting the damage.
Right.
Can Akno take this and force game 5?
He's got momentum. Akno has momentum. Slight lead of like 40-50 damage. Okay, never mind, 60. But actually, wait, no, momentum is slowed down. Akno is fully respecting the gauntlets.
Big strike by Ahmet.
Ahmet right now has probably his best chance to win the tournament right here. And if he drops this stock and goes to a game 5, this could be a very, very difficult game 5. Ahmet does not want this to go to a game 5. Choice. The 32nd Joker of the deck finds his way to the top of the pile. I was gonna ask how does he do it every time, but now I ask why.
Dude!
Why does he think he can get away with it, and why does he get away with it?
After this stream, I'm gonna go back and replays and look at how many D6s he hit this set. I am going to go back and look because it has to be at least 23 because this is ridiculous.
I need an answer. How does he just get away with it? How does he just get away with killing someone in broad daylight?
Oh,
How?
man, dude.
A man just dropped dead on the sidewalk on a busy street in broad daylight, and no one is persecuting him. Let's go to game 5.
Dude, the script said that Ahmet might win, but with how Agno's playing, I just can't even tell anymore, dude. This is so incredibly close. And Agno already off the start with a nice 4-piece. Oh man, I'm gonna need a nap after this, dude. But here we go, Agno trying to go for that D-Sig again, man. Oh my
I can't take it no more. Recovery sends pretty high. Oh man, we gotta bring it back in. We gotta bring it back in. Last game of the day, and it is going to start off with the D-Sig. Try to guess anything else.
Man, Agno is playing phenomenally. Has the dodge too. Big string, trying to go way down with another D-Sig. Oh, Ahmet does not want to approach. He knows what's coming, dude.
No! No one wants to approach this! Oh my god! Actually, wait, okay. Ahmet finds a way. We gotta bring it back in. This is still... I mean, Ahmet is still doing good. Ahmet does have the movement to keep up with Agno. I said Agno was schmoving. Ahmet was right there, right behind him. I mean, he needs to pull ahead and get out from behind him, and needs to start running just at like 1 kilometer a mile per hour faster. But still, Agno is pulling ahead. Agno's gonna overlap Ahmet.
This is tournament stock for Ahmet. This is his last chance in order to win this tournament. He has the dodge read, doesn't want to go up too high. Agno has a lot of presence with this bow, and he has seen time and time again his primary KO option work constantly. Ahmet with a beautiful D-Sig. It's not enough to KO, but enough to keep him still in this game. Graffiti, it is so close.
Oh, it's so doable. Really funny clash. Sidelight has been in a very funny spot lately. The patch has people very divisive on Blast with Sidelight. It's a very good tool. Right now, Bo has been a very nice tool, but there was a really unfortunate whiff, but it was all a bait just to get Agno off stage. The Sig is really a silly decision. He's not able to make it back off of that. Last stock, last game, last set of hopes and prayers, last few breaths, the last 2 players alive.
Agno immediately throwing out those blasters back to the bow. Ahmet catches the neutral air, neutral light. Playing, resetting in the corner. We are even damage. However,
Catches.
Has to play careful.
He's reading him. He's reading the jumps.
Catches the nair. Agno on the ground. Gets the disarm. Gets the blasters out now. Trying to find this last stock. Orb in hand for Ahmet. Whiffs on the Sair. Now, lots of presence. Down air. Ahmet, neutral light. Not enough. Side air.
Can he find the knockout on Orb? Ahmet has never been the most comfortable finding a knockout on Orb. He needs to change this now, or else this could be Agno's tournament. He needs to find a knockout.
Ahmet floating in space, looking for an option. The Sair, and that's it! Ahmet takes game number 5 with the clutch of a lifetime and will be your Galaxy Cup Vortex EU 1v1 champion!
Every single time in that situation, Ahmet would have thrown the orb to wait for the gauntlets, but after gauntlets have been very hit or miss from him in this set, he's able to learn. That's character progression. He finds the knockout with orb. He sticks with the orb, and he's finally able to get the knockout. But of course, only when it matters the most in the entire day.
Man, there are so many things I want to say, but congratulations, Ahmet. You played a phenomenal game, a phenomenal day, and had just a wonderful time. Congratulations on winning another Galaxy Cup. I know I said this was the first one, but it is I believe the second one that you'll be winning. And shout out to Acno, the D-Sig merchant coming through. The Diana pick was so fun to watch.
Clip? Yup.
Yup. What a guy, man. Gotta love Acno. Oops, all D-Sigs. I mean, absolutely incredible job of coming out from Acno and Ahmet. But there can only be one winner at the end of the day. So congratulations once again to Ahmet. And shout out Spaceatronics and all of our mod team for hosting this wonderful tournament and allowing all of us to just have a wonderful time. Shout out Brawlhalla for sponsoring this wonderful event. Oh, man. Graffiti.
My goodness. So, all the lovely faces that you saw casting here, we had Eva, we had, what was it? We had NJ, we had Hackle, we had, who else was here? With Zav, you have me and Flaming. Be sure to follow us on social media. We're very pretty and funny people. You will want to pay attention to us. And also, just like you said, thank you so much to everyone who showed up and played. You gave us a wonderful time. I remember like earlier in the day as we were setting up for the tournament and we were all like chatting amongst ourselves, getting ready for the stream. We were talking about the bracket and watching all of the tournament POV streams. And sometimes we would get distracted by the POV stream and completely like forget to do our jobs as tournament organizers and just watch your POV sets. Thank you so much to everyone who played and made this such a special event. This was one to remember.
Oh, absolutely. But Graffiti, guess what? There's more Galaxy Cup soon. There's another Galaxy Cup. There's another Galaxy Cup coming soon. Galaxy Cup Ignite coming soon for, I believe it's going to be, I actually don't know the game mode or the region. I'm pretty sure it's EU. But make sure you sign. I'm sorry? What was that? Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. It's North America ones. A little less fun. But on the same thing. Great time. Great Galaxy Cup. I'm excited already. Graffiti, it has been a pleasure. Do you have anything else you want to say?
I don't think I could say anything that would follow up that game well enough. I don't think there's any way I could do that game justice. That was a work of art.
All right. That's going to be it from us here at Galaxy Cup. So thank you so much for watching. We will see you soon for some more Brawlhalla Esports. Have a wonderful rest of your day, night, or afternoon.
Actually, about that, I wanted to go ahead and say something myself. That was truly a fantastic Galaxy Cup, and I'm so happy that it ended up being that way. I have to give a shout out. Okay, random thing. I have to give a shout out to Doble for absolutely nailing the prediction for all of Grand Finals. But either way, I appreciate all of you guys for coming out today. But just like what Flaming said, register for Galaxy Cup Ignite. We're going back to North America. We're running another $250 NA 1v1 tournament. You will not want to miss it. But I have to give a shout out to all the mods. I have to give a shout out to Bunny, Zephyr, and and Sap for helping with that. And of course, I have to give a shout out to Sap for helping with clipping stuff and the moderating Twitch chat and handling the Discord, everything like that. And I have to give a huge shout out to all of my commentators, Graffiti, Flaming, Eva, NJ, Hackle, and Zavanoya. This has been a truly fantastic tournament. A huge shout out for Amit for taking that grand finals and winning $1,000 from a Galaxy Cup. Isn't that crazy? Acno, you also put on the show of a lifetime, and it would have been crazy to see the 3-time. It would have been amazing. But obviously Amit had, or not obviously, that was a game 5 last hit. But Ahmet clutching it out. Thank you all for coming out today, and I appreciate all of you guys for coming by. Also want to give a huge shout out, one more shout out, to all the people who are doing tournament POVs and were part of the Coast Street. Frydasol, Faizaru, Sarme, 7DLA, and Skeldra. Thank you guys all for being a part of it. They can only hear me. They can only hear me. But thank you all for being there. Because of you guys, we were able to be one step above the AFK streamers at the top of the category. So that is a huge W for real content here on the Brawlhalla category. Either way, thank you guys all for being here. We're gonna probably go and raid NSIG. So if you guys will want to go watch some North American action, make sure to stay tuned for that. This is gonna be sick. And thank you all for watching Galaxy Cup Vortex.